Well, hey, one-way street. Oh, there's Kai Mojo. What y'all doing? Hey, Carrie. I hope you guys are having a beautiful day today, Victoria. It is hot today. Hot, hot, hot. We're going to talk about a few different things today, but I do have the first interview that Mr. Dodson, the little flute player, hey Jennifer, did with Unmasked. And I've been looking for this for a while. I had it transcribed, but I was like, no, I want to find the interview. And I found it. So it's going to be pretty interesting. So I thought that this would be really interesting. Just a couple things. Okay. Just a little thing to, kind of just give us a little motivation. Let me show you guys something that's really flipping interesting. I had talked about this very early on in Summer's case. Let me just find it for you. It's really interesting. Wait till you see it. Hey, Anastasia. So I would jokingly tell people that I had ties to the genealogy of Beach Creek. And Michelle After Dark, doing a fantabulous job, as she always does, she kind of showed some of the family trees. So I'm going to show you something that's interesting, and I'm not going to go through my genealogy chart right now, but I will let you know about some of these people. Let me get it up here. Hold on to your commercial. Sorry. I had it right where I wanted it. What happened to my low budget one?
Hey guys, it's Michelle here.
Hi, Michelle. Okay, let me find it. It's here. Okay, wait. I know it's this one, dang it. Michelle. Okay, let me make it bigger. And I will show you something. So you see this over in the left-hand corner. Well, maybe you can't see it because of that line. Anyhow, this is John Barrett. This is John C. Barrett, who married a woman named Catherine Frances Meek. Well, I'm a Meek. Then we have Jesse Meek. Now, if you come over here a little bit, you have a Morrison. My grandmother's father was a Morrison. Hey, Lucy Cat. So, sometime maybe, I was going to pull some of it out today, but I've got it stored away, my family tree and everything. And I remember we were looking for Catherine's grave, and had actually went into the same cemetery that Don Wells' mother was buried, where the Goads were buried, because we were trying to find Catherine's grave. Just a little tidbit I thought I would throw out there for you lovely people today. Now, another thing. We'll just do it and get it out of the way. Pete went back to Las Vegas. And he came back and he was like, girl, I got to tell you something. Hey, Millie. And I was like, what now, Pete? Last time you went there, you was messing around in somebody's backyard and you got busted. So let me share this on my low budget channel. Just for inquiring minds, okay? Okay, wait. Let me find it here. Where are you? Here we go. So Pete come back from Vegas and he was like, girl, there's some stuff going down. And I was like, really? Tell me all about it, Pete. Now, this is very interesting stuff here. Here we go. Bear with me.
Our other top story at 5, 8 News Now, investigators learning more about Metro's search of a home connected to the murder of Tupac Shakur. Thanks for joining us. I'm Denise Valdez.
And I'm Brian Loftus, the woman who wrote the book about the murder, now weighing in on these new developments.
8 News Now investigator David Sharns broke the story. He reports from the site of the shooting just off the Strip near Flamingo and Koval.
There's no permanent memorial here at the site of Tupac's murder more than 26 years later. But now this investigation has led detectives to Henderson, where sources say a man who says he was right here that night may have something they want.
I like to write about the underdog, and at that point, Tupac was an underdog.
Former Las Vegas Sun reporter Kathy Scott wrote the book on Tupac's murder, first published in 1997.
Were you surprised when you saw that police were searching a home that he is connected to?
Now I have to stop here to commentate a little bit. It's been a lot of years. And they're starting to put some things together. So, R.I.P. Tupac. And hopefully justice will be served. And yes, I'm going to get into the David Dodson stuff. Just bear with me. I just got to warm up a little bit, y'all. You know how it is.
I was not surprised at all. It was welcome. It's almost like finally.
As the 8 News Now investigators first reported, Metro Police searched this Henderson home Monday night. Sources say detectives were looking for documents and personal items belonging to 60-year-old Dwayne Davis, also known as Keefe D. In recent years, Davis has spoken publicly about being in the car with the gunman who killed Tupac. He writes in his book published in 2021, quote, Tupac made an erratic move and began to reach down beneath his seat. It was the first and only time in my life that I could relate to the police command, keep your hands where I can see them. Instead, Pac pulled out a strap, and that's when the fireworks started. One of my guys from the back seat grabbed the Glock and started busting back.
Now, this foolish person wrote a book and put it in the book. I would have thought he'd been smart enough to let a lawyer look at his book, right? Okay, fine, Summer's truth. So anyhow, the cops are asking questions now. My goodness, my goodness. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. So then, you know, we've seen Candace and her foolishness. And what do you say to someone like that? Those kind of people you can be nice to. You can love them. You can hug them. But I'll give my opinion on it. Everybody else does. Let's all give our opinion on it. I don't think Candace being stuck in Arkansas has anything to do with Don caring about his daughter so much that he wants the lady who he says he knew something was going to happen to his daughter under this lady's watch. But he wants this lady to stay with his daughter, even though she's grown, right? To help her out. And he's worried about his daughter. And I'm like, huh. Well, isn't that special? So, to make a long story short, Candace crying boo-hooing, she needs to go home. She wants to go home to Tennessee. People rally around her, give her hundreds of dollars. And then she don't go anywhere. But then she does a live, which she deleted. I don't know what was on the floor. Floor didn't look very clean to me anyway, right? Where she wants to go back to Tennessee with her Donnie, right? Well, I know that she cooks, Anastasia, because I heard her say, I'm getting ready to cook dinner. And I think maybe, just maybe the daughter really don't want Candace there. Anybody ever think of that? I've heard about the boyfriend, heard he didn't work, didn't do shit. I'm not sure about that. But what do y'all think Candace has been doing while she's been setting up in that motel room? You think because there's kids in the room that she ain't drinking a little bit or drugging it? I doubt it. They didn't care about their own kids when they were doing it. So basically, Dawn took the opportunity to leave her ass. He left her. He left her. And in my opinion, I don't think in Dawn's mind he was going, my daughter needs someone to help her so bad. Please, Candace, stay there. Right? Please stay there and help my daughter. I don't think that's what was in his mind, in my opinion. I think what he was going for was, I'm leaving you here. I'm going back to Tennessee. And you know what? You just stay right on here, Candace. Because then I don't have to worry about you tailing on me for not being at home for weeks at a time. Or going and spending all my money over the weekend on my crack cocaine and my ladies of the night. So Candace, this is just something I'm going to put out there for you, okay? If you want to go back to Tennessee, you know what, girl? You call me. You just call Remain Calm. And I'll tell you what I'll do for you. I will take you back to Tennessee personally. And you know what, Candace? I got some friends. And I'm sure they'd be like, oh, let's help out. Not only will we take Candace personally back to Tennessee, we'll even get a private plane. We'll make sure it's first class. Just for you, girl. Just for you. You know what? We may even give you a beer. Hawkins County, they did it, didn't they? They gave you a beer to calm you down a little bit. We might even give you 2 beers. And we're going to make sure there's a limo waiting for us when we get to Tennessee. And we'll fly right in there. And we'll get off that private plane and we'll get into that stretch limo. We'll even make it a party bus if you want. We'll take you to a motel, let you take a real nice shower, get all cleaned up, look pretty. And then we'll take you to the offices of the TBI, where we will hold your hand and we will walk in there together. And you go in there and you tell the truth about what transpired to make that beautiful baby girl suddenly be gone on June 15, 2021. It's just time to stop the bullshit, you and Dawn both. And if you think, oh, Dawn's sitting at home getting the house done because he in his mind thinks he'll eventually get to play daddy again, neither one of you think realistically. Neither fucking one of you. It's just disgusting. But that would be the only fucking thing I would do for you, Candace Bly Wells. But you and Dawn can keep living your lives thinking you got everybody snowballed. And that's all right if you want to think like that. You know, I've come to realize a long time ago that you two people, you don't live in the same fucking universe that me or a lot of my subs live in. But when you do the things and bullshit people the way you have, a lot of people sat back and watched it and just never said anything because you know what? It really wasn't worth a lot of us having to come on here and bitch you out all the time. I did it a few times, and I rather enjoy it when I do it, but it's getting old. I know, Laura, the thing about it is, there's not been one of us beg her and Dawn. There's not been 5 of us. There's not been 100. There's not been 1,000. There's been hundreds of thousands of people who have said, just please tell the truth. And I'm the first to always say, hey, you know what? You don't have to tell me the truth. Tell the people that it's important to tell the truth. Don't tell a YouTuber, which they're not going to do anyway. I mean, come on. We all know that, you know, it's been way too freaking long. And what do we know? We know nothing. That's right, Coco, TBI. And if you're not comfortable with TBI, we could probably get the FBI to even send a jet for you. Girl, I would even buy you some expensive caviar just so you could try it. Seriously. You know, people give you money for your drugs and alcohol and enable you to sit around and cry on cue on YouTube when you want to. And I'm just curious on why in that letter, the letter that I shared on my low budget channel, and didn't read all of it, but kind of read a few things about it to give my opinion and talked about it. But I got to be careful about that because people who don't really listen to what I say just jump to the conclusion that I love me some Candace Wells. And believe me, I don't love me some Candace Wells. But anywho, she makes the comment, right? Well, basically, I'll go to jail and you'll get the boys. That's a pretty big sentence when you don't let us know what the fuck it means, right? So, I mean, I can pull them back up. I will. I'll pull them back up sometime. I'm just not going to do it today. Okay? Lucy Cat. Hey, I appreciate all you guys being here. Sassy girl. I always appreciate everybody who comes in. So I just thought, hey, that girl, I just thought we'd talk about a few different things. The main subject is going to be the David Dodson interview. She would never admit her plans for summer to us in case the gravy train dries up. Well, Laura, that's an excellent statement there. And let me tell you, she kind of messed herself up. Millie, I said hi to you, didn't I? Grady Judd locked up his own daughter for selling meth and made no excuses for her. However, local Tennessee sheriff did all he could do to get his RSO son the best deal. Yeah, Kai Mojo, I promise I will get into that sometime. That would have to be a live all on its own to even, get into that discussion. I have a lot of opinions and things on that, big time. But as I said, welcome to my low budget channel. I commentate and try to educate a little bit. Some content is alleged. Always a trigger warning, okay? Because that's just me. Trigger warning, trigger warning. And I do use other people's content as fair use and try 100% to give them the credit they deserve. For sure, for sure. No, you're fine, Kai Mojo. You're fine. You're okay. We're all okay today. Now, did some of y'all go out and touch the grass yesterday? I did. I went out and touched that grass 3 or 4 times. And I'm pretty weird, but before I do a live stream, I go out and at least spend 20 minutes, maybe longer, touching the grass. Well, you don't know what you're missing there, Lucy Cat. And I go out there and I just chill out and have a woo-saw moment and just not look at anything. And that way I'm just crisp as a cucumber for you guys. So then I found something else that just had to interest me. Holy guacamole. So we'll just get it done and over with. All right, let me see. I just thought this was pretty interesting. So y'all just bear with me, okay? And this is my friend, who I adore, who, congratulations, Lip Lock, on 6,000 subs. Standing ovation for Lip Locked. Way to go, girl. I want to be just like her when I grow up. Oh, it's 107, Sassy Brenda? Girl, if it gets too hot, I got to come in because I'll melt. Because, you know, sugar melts. So y'all who's so sweet out there, you be careful out there in that heat. Because you will melt. You will just melt right on out. Yes, yay, Lip Lock. Super proud. One day I'll calm down a little bit. I think I'm a little too feisty for some people. And maybe that's why I don't get a whole lot of subs. Right? Well, thank you, Pearl Angel. That's so sweet of you. So, this is just a little part. Miss Lip Lock, and I'm using this as fair use. Actually, I better do this first. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I better do this. Just to cover myself. My computer's like, lady, you got 50 freaking tabs open. And I'm like, that's all right. That's all right. Nobody minds. Okay, here we go. We're going to go over this first. Let me find it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Which one is it? I got it going on twice here. Where you at, Lip Lock? Let me see which one it is. Well, we got two. Because you're special, Lip Lock. Let me say. Let's see if it's this one. I may have to play both of them till I find out which one it is. So we'll just listen to this one.
Fair Use Act disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. So I'm not infringing on your work because it's not your work. It's all work that you got from somewhere else and then put all together, supposedly telling us the dark truth, the chilling story of Summer Wells' disappearance.
I love Lip Lock.
Since I'm
Thank you for that, Miss Lip Lock. Thank you, girl. I appreciate you. All right. So then, holy moly, you know, I see some things and I hear some things and I'm like, what the flock? Right? What the flippity flock is going on? So, remember when I told you guys I was like, I'm so curious to see what this gentleman who wrote this book, how exactly did he use Don Wells' intelligence in the book? Well, I found out today, and boy, is it something. So I'm going to share it with you. Fair use. Fair use. And you know what? Thank you, Lip Lock, for reading this book. I just couldn't. I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to do it. So, Let's see if I got it on the right one. I don't know if it's the same one. I may have to go back in and find it.
Fair Use Act.
Oh, no, that's fair use. Bear with me. Bear with me, you guys. Here it is. I found you, Lip Lock. I knew you were out there somewhere, darling. Okay. So I was kind of curious on why this individual. Hello, Pat. Miss Eve. Eve. Love hanging out with Eve. So, anywho, you know me, little old me, I just ask too many questions, and I want to know. I want to know. I'm very nosy. Very, very nosy. So I believe she's getting ready to explain. Well, hello, Elizabeth Lander. Welcome, welcome. Lisa, did I say hello to you? Michelle. Okay. I think Fliplock's going to explain to us what content of Dawn Wells was used in the book. And she might commentate on it, but that's all right because, it's her channel. So let me see if I got it right where I needed it. Okay. You guys bear with me. It's low budget over here. Plus, you all just 420 it and you blow it through my monitor. And I'm like, dang, where are you guys getting your stuff? That's good stuff. Okay, here we go.
Into his book. Continuing, quote, Mr. Ajan has not been charged or named as a...
Okay, let me back it up just a little bit. I want to make sure y'all know who she's talking about here.
with law enforcement. Don B. also noted that Ajan had a history of criminal charges.
Now, Don, I still want to back it up just a little bit here because I'm curious. You know what happens when our name com is curious? I mean, easy, easy.
I don't know, honey, because I've missed.
True Crime with Don B podcast.
True Crime with Don B podcast.
Ooh.
I don't know, Shay Baby, if that's what you were at.
Well, Don B, guess what? Terry T shows me on TV. What do you think about that, Don B?
Although I have a third eye in the middle of my forehead and two in the back of my head, I have not been able to figure out how to read the book and your chat at the same time. Flies on the coleslaw.
Huh?
I had a bunch of boxes arrive from the United States Postal Service here yesterday.
Because she's very sweet. All right, tell me about Don B.
Okay, let's go on.
Thank you. Love you, girl.
According to Don B., who said he had interviewed Dudley Ajan himself.
Did you, Don B? Did you interview Dudley yourself? I'm not saying you didn't. But, can we see some receipts? Oh no, y'all, I'm not getting started, I promise. Well, you know what, Elizabeth? That's the best person to follow around is Millie. Millie got it going on. And I'll tell you guys, if she's having a hard time trying to make sense of this book and reading it, it has no table of contents. I mean, girl, I'm going to send her some flowers. Some real pretty ones.
I'm sorry, this is difficult to read. It doesn't flow, you know, like a good read would. Okay. According to Don B., who said he had interviewed Dudley Ajan himself, the man had visited the Wells residence and interacted with the family before Summer went missing. However, Don B. stressed that Ajan had denied any involvement in the case and had cooperated fully with law enforcement.
Yes, he did.
Don B. also noted that Ajan had a history of criminal charges,
Yes, he
including
does.
drug possession and theft, but none of them were related to violent crimes against children.
No, they weren't.
By the way, there's nothing in this book that would substantiate for you what Don B. said. Now, I don't know if Don B. gave receipts on his channel or not.
Me neither, girl.
Well, I mean, we've seen the receipts. We know who Dudley Ajan is. We know his criminal past. We've looked at his criminal record. I don't know if Preacher Holder took the time to substantiate the claims that he has incorporated and compiled from other people into his book.
Agreed, Liplock. Agreed.
Continuing, quote, Mr. Ajan has not been charged or named as...
Yeah, Millie, it's going to start storming here, too. So, y'all make sure, take care of yourselves. Don't you worry about remain calm on here talking, okay? I'm here, but you guys keep yourself safe.
as a suspect in the disappearance of Summer Wells, Don B. said. He has been interviewed by investigators, as have over 170 other people in the case.
Now wait, Don B's been interviewed or Dudley? Yeah, I don't remember Don ever saying he personally spoke to Dudley. And I'm getting ready to make a point, okay? There is a point to be made here.
But there is no evidence to suggest that he played a role in what happened this summer, close quote. That's right. 170. Don B. said that Dudley Ajan has been interviewed by investigators, as have over 170 other people.
Now, let me tell you guys something. We already knew law enforcement had interviewed Dudley. We knew pretty much when they even went and interviewed Dudley. We knew that the law enforcement went to Dudley's dad's house. And we're talking like a matter of 2 days after Summer went missing. And they talked to Dudley. And it kind of just got to me. I had seen, and you can drop Don B's link. I won't get mad about it. It's okay. Where Don B's making a video like he had had conversation or heard an interview where Dudley's ex-wife says Candace is evil. He made it sound, when I listened to it, he made it sound like that he had talked to her. Maybe I'm wrong. Made it sound like he had talked to her And these were things that she commented on. And I'm going to give you an example, because you know me, I love to give examples. Molly Golightly, JLR, Bullhorn Betty, and Olivia, a little girl named Olivia, went and interviewed Dudley Jean and his wife at the time. And one of them made a little short about something that was said. So we're going to listen to this. Oh, well, it was Green Eyes. Good for you, Green Eyes. We'll drop your link too. I like you, Green Eyes. But I want you to hear, and yes, I'm going to share it. Give me time. I'm a little slow today, okay? Just a little slow today. Of something that this woman said. All right, are you listening? Here we go.
How is the condition of the home?
I never got outside of our vehicle. Never went in, yeah. So from just walking to her from the outside, I'm like, where are you taking me? You know, somebody living comfortable. This woman just is evil.
You hear that? She said that woman just looked evil. In the beginning, when these people talked to Dudley, he told the story from the beginning. Him and his wife went up on the hill to get his paycheck. Candace Bly. Well, I don't know if the kids ran out, all of them in their underwear, before Candace makes the comment. Didn't Dawn tell you I don't like fucking kids? Right, Candace? You said that, right? Right. Where Dudley tells us that he had to tell his wife which child that Summer was. Hey, Poppy. Which child Summer was, because they all look like boys, because they had their head shaved. Right? So, I mean, not being a bitch, but I'm not even going to read no more about what Dom B said. Even though he's good friends with law enforcement, don't forget. And he's way up there with the director of the TBI. Don't forget that, right? What do you mean, Poppy? That was in the interview. Yes. In that interview, he stated Don was sitting on the tub the day before Summer went missing and looked like his world was falling apart. Right? So I guess what I'm just trying to point out here is this man writes this book, and in this book, he uses content from other creators. And those creators, a lot of them, got their content from other creators. And that's all fine and dandy, don't get me wrong. You can look at somebody's content and you can do something along the same lines, as long as you word it differently, right? Well, Kai Mojo, when you take a break, you let me know. Because I'm going to be taking a break. My granddaughter's birthday is coming up. I'm going to be taking a break then. And then I'm still going to be on talking about different stuff, but I'm going to get down to what I need to be doing, getting notes together, making sense of what I can make sense of. You know what? This is the thing, Kai Mojo. If you need a break, you take a break. It's very important. Hey, Colin, it's very important that people take care of themselves and their health. That should be A1, number one top priority. And I'm sorry, my doggy's barking. But that should be the top priority for anyone, is to take care of yourself. And you know what you could do even? Every once in a while, just pop in and say, hey, I'm doing good. You know, I would appreciate if you do that. Just so when I don't hear from you, I'm not going, oh my gosh, hope everything's okay. So you just pop in every once in a while and say, hey, I'm still around, right? That's all you got to do. A lot of us need to do that. There are other cases also that I want to talk about. And, you know, I know that a lot of people listen to me and stuff just for the summer content. So I hope when I do move into talking about different cases and stuff like that, that, you know, people will at least come and maybe want to listen, you know, to about some of those too. And also, the Carly Russell, I think I got something on her. I think I do. And it's just, you know, Carly Russell, I don't know, you guys. And I hate to, you know, I'm not going to call the girl a fibber. I'm not going to do that. I just don't think it's right for anybody to do that. But I'm going to pull up just so you guys can kind of see what's still, you know, going on with her. It's kind of sad. Let's see who I want to use. Rainy, please stop. I'm coming to get you, Rainy. Early today. Okay. So Carly Russell is the one who called 911, said that she had been, she had seen a child on the side of the interstate. And she stops and disappears for a couple days. When she comes back into the picture, she escaped from a man and a woman and ran through some woods and came out near her home. All right. So we'll just listen to this, and this is just one I pulled up. So we'll see which one, how this takes us, and, you know, I'll add what I know of it. Okay.
Can of whoop ass on Carly Russell, part all night long after police in Alabama revealed they were not able to come.
Now, what he said was, social media opened up a can of whoop ass on Carly's situation. Yeah, she said that the man had orange hair, with that it was bald like back in the back of it, that there was a bald spot or something. I mean, now I'm not making fun though, because if what this woman is saying is not true, then she needs some, I mean, even if it is true, she needs a lot of help.
Firm she was abducted or kidnapped or disappeared. Russell disappeared last Thursday and later turned up at her parents' house. Police say she called 911 to report a toddler wandering on the interstate. She says she was then abducted by a man driving an 18-wheeler, but escaped and returned home 2 days later. The new details released today have people saying that damn woman lied.
Because she insinuated that she had been following this young child on the internet. They said that it was like 5 football field lengths. You guys know how big a football field is. And supposedly she had been driving along the interstate there with her flashers on, following this child that whole distance. And what I noticed, and you guys know that I played it over and over again, you know, her car on the interstate and when she pulled over and stuff. And if you look at the other cars on the interstate, none of them reacted like there was a child anywhere in that area. Yeah, Lucy Cat, I smell a Jesse Smollett too.
Take a listen.
On July 11th at 7:30 a.m., the term you have to pay for an Amber Alert was searched. On July 13th at 1:03 a.m., the day of her disappearance, the term how to take money from a register without being caught.
So those two things are like, okay, how can I take money from a register without being caught? Now, if I do some shady shit, and how old you got to be for an Amber Alert? Am I going to end up having to pay for that? I don't know. I don't know, Carly.
Was searched. On July 13th at 2:13 a.m., the day of her disappearance, the term Birmingham bus station was searched. On July 13th, 2:35 a.m., a search for a one-way bus ticket from Birmingham to Nashville was conducted with a departure date of July 13th.
Carly, what was you going to do in Nashville, darling? What was going on in Nashville? I feel sorry for her too, Lisa. I do. I really do. And if she's telling the truth, which, you know what, I don't know if she's telling the truth or not. Weird shit happens in the world today. Either way, she needs some help.
Joining me now to talk about this, attorney Oliver Brown, public relations specialist Bridget Holden, and Waller County Constable Herschel Smith. So,
girl, what's up? That's one hell of a hairdo there, girlfriend. You should have did that interview by yourself. There almost wasn't room for nobody else. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. Well, I thought Amber Alerts were for kids too. But I think they've used them before when they have felt that a person was in danger. Yes, Laura, you're right. Colin knows true crime can be rough. He hangs out on my channel sometimes. I shouldn't say he. I don't know if Colin's a girl, boy. You know what? I ain't never asked. I like Colin for Colin. I don't need to know. But I try to be gentle about it.
First of all, Oliver, what did we learn today with this press conference from law enforcement investigators?
Well, what I believe, even from a criminal defense standpoint, is that we learned that the police department in that small town did a professional job. What they did from the beginning that the report was made to where they made the announcement today to outline the facts, they only outline facts. They allow you to draw your own conclusion. They're not accusing anyone. They're not trying to disparage her or try to diminish the fact that our African-American women come up missing and then nobody wants to report.
I think law enforcement did a fantastic job on this. And you're right, Lucy Cat. I smell a Jussie Smollett just because of the fact that the term African-American women, I do know people believe that African-American women aren't reported missing like Caucasian women. You know, and we could talk about the Native American women who have gone missing. That's never got a fair, they've never got freaking anything. Okay. So I'm going to let this play through for a moment. I'm going to grab me some coffee. Y'all don't be fighting in the comments or in my chat. I know you won't. But it is sad. Native American women are not reported missing. They're not given a fair shake. You know, and I could say that about African American women also. So what happened to her and what's transpired, to me, I'm not looking at her color, okay? Because I think all women, children, and even some men who go missing, possibly trafficked, every one of them need to have their stories told. Am I one of those people who say I don't see color? Yeah, I guess I am. And you can take that however you want to. All right, here we go.
They sat there, laid out the elements of what they have discovered so far, and allowed the public to make their own conclusions. So from my perspective, I think law enforcement really has done an excellent job allowing us to let the facts lead us to where we've come today, which we all believe this may have been a hoax.
And Bridget, as a public relations specialist, that's what they should do.
Exactly. That is what they should do, to let the public define their own, because that's what public relations is, how the public relates to this story. And so now the public is kind of like, oh, like you said, this woman lied. But let's look at the good stuff that happened.
And and keep in mind, this is a Black woman. If some people said, if the police department or investigators said she lied, there would be pushback.
Of course.
Automatically.
Automatically.
All you can do is take the information in now.
Exactly. That's all you can do. However, social media, like you said, has opened up a can of on her. But at that same token, social media also put the search out to help find this young lady as well. So it did bring attention to Black children and Black women being missed, because Stephen Bradford in Oakland has passed the law, the Ebony Alert, to help find Black, missing women and children, which I think is a good thing. So I think it kind of skews the public outlook a little bit, if you will.
Yeah, I mentioned her hair.
Setting us
I
back
sure
10
did.
years, as you say, because people do things and then it's kind of like, well, do we believe her now? It's like the boy who cried wolf. But hopefully it won't have a bad effect on someone else.
And does this have an effect on the Black community in general? Because many people see us as a monolith, not just one person or one bad apple. They see us
all together as one.
Okay, I'm going to stop that there because, if I don't get into, stuff like that. I thought her hair was kind of cool. It was pretty big though. Yeah, the the serial killer. There's a movie that you guys should watch, and if I can remember, I'll try to remember the name. There's documentaries on it about one of the girls who she had called 911. She ended up getting her life taken, and her mother stayed on it and on it and on it until they finally looked in the marsh area and found her daughter. And if you want to go real deep into it, the mother actually had her life taken some years later by her other daughter, who had a lot of mental health issues. It's really freaking interesting, and I will definitely find, if I can remember the name of the movie. I watched it a long, long time ago. So yes, I mean, sometimes it takes many, many, years to find out the real situation. Just like Tupac. Look how many freaking years it's been. And it took somebody to write a book and tell on themselves for being in the vehicle when it happened. Well, you know what, Elizabeth? It's okay. I like your name. You know why? That's my daughter's middle name. Her middle name is Elizabeth. Elizabeth was also my stepmother's mom, who passed away from cancer. So, but yes, it's a very sad situation with Carly. Once they talked about the amount of area that she drove along that interstate following that missing child, that right there didn't make any sense to me, because I'm like, nobody else called 911, nobody else seen a child or took notice of somebody driving that distance with their emergency flashers on going down the interstate. They also said that when she left work that day, she took a robe that belonged to the business, a roll of toilet paper, and those things, which is weird, because in the car they found, I guess, the food and her purse and phone, all that other stuff, but the robe and the toilet paper was gone. Kind of weird, right? Kind of weird. Okay, so now, without further ado, since I've been on here an hour already, yakking, yak, right? Have a kitten about a bed watching text go across the screen. He's sitting on my stomach and going in the air. Huh. Yeah, I've got some kitty cats too. They're ornery. Very ornery, like their owner. Oh yeah, she took it. Yeah, Dolores, I'm glad you said that, because she said that the man and woman who kidnapped her, basically, or took her, that like she came to in a moment and the woman was feeding her the cheese crackers, right? I mean, just kind of strange. But I mean, thank goodness she said that they hadn't touched her sexually, right? All right, let's get down to business on why I called you all here today. We're going to have a meeting. So, anywho, let me get my stuff pulled up here. So, so we can try to do this the correct way. Because y'all know, how do I want to? Okay, I'm going to play these first just so I can get them out of the way. Okay? So they're not interfering with what I'm looking at. Let's see, is that my watch later? Okay. This right here is Don Wells talking to the behavioral panel. And I want you to kind of listen to what he says because Brandy Gray at the time thought that she heard him say that Don say that David had played with Summer after she disappeared. So let's just hear it and see if you guys think that's what's being said also.
And David Dodson's been over a couple times.
Does Dave ever babysit or anything? Is he
No, nothing like that.
No.
Well, we let him take the boys to the putt-putt golf course when all this first happened.
Yeah.
You know, just to try to help us out and stuff.
How long have you known him?
Well, he come from another church and he just kind of popped in. And
now they asked, how long have you known him? Well, he just came from another church. He just kind of popped in. Right?
And got to know Summer a little bit before she got gone. And
supposedly a matter of days, from what I've heard. Could be wrong. I don't know.
But then he met some girl at some Baptist church and started going, I guess, to church with them.
So he would come over and hang out with her and play with her and stuff?
Well, no, not until after she disappeared.
Oh, so she...
Did you hear that? Did you hear that, y'all? Should I play it again for you? Yes, that's a good idea. Thank you, Lucy Cat. Colin and Laura, please feel free to drop your emails. And that way Colin can get with you personally and give you a reading, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you, Coco. Thank you, Dolores. I'll go ahead and let it play through because that's what I heard too.
You didn't know him very well before that?
Well, she met him a few times. Summer did, and Candace did. And they got to know Robin and everything.
But mostly...
So this is the thing. We seen Candace with the kids at church, right? We didn't see Dawn anywhere around. Huh. Yeah, Flies, that's what he said. That he didn't come by to play. He came by. I'll play it again. I'll play it again. Thank you, Brandy Gray, for doing this.
At church?
Yeah.
Was there a daycare thing at church?
No. I mean, no, not a daycare. No. But
Tucker Drywall had a daycare that all the employees would take their kids to. And let's see, what was that woman's name who ran it that came on YouTube and made sure she talked about it? Was her name Linda? Am I mistaken about that? I think her name was Linda.
they do have their own private school.
Did your kids go to that private school?
No, we was trying to get them into it. Yeah.
They go.
He was trying to get him into the private school at the SDA church, but it was really expensive. And he just couldn't quite take it out of the crack budget. Shame on me. Shame on me.
You go to public school?
No, it's a private school.
Okay, they're going to private.
Yes, sir. Yeah, they do go to public school.
Okay, yeah, and you were just trying to get them into that private school.
Right.
And is there a waiting list or something?
No, it's
Just
about money.
Oh yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it. I was a soldier. There ain't no money in being a soldier.
Yeah.
I get it.
But they
Maybe
teach
we
them
need
lot
a
of good
closer
Christian
look at
ethics and
David.
stuff like that.
Maybe we do. I'm getting
How
ready
was
to
the
show
church? How
you.
was the Sunday school part? Like,
Hang
do the
out
kids
for a
go
little
to Sunday
while.
school?
Yeah, no, Saturday.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So what do y'all call
Baptist,
that? Yeah. What do you call it? So it'd be Saturday school?
Yes, sir.
Do they really?
Well, we would go every Saturday to church.
So they call.
Listen closely.
Pastor,
I'm gonna play.
David Dodson's been over a couple times.
Does Dave ever babysit or anything? Is he
No.
He just
No, nothing like that.
No.
Well, we let him take the boys to the putt-putt golf course when all this first happened.
Yes, I did.
Just to try to help us out and stuff.
How long have you known him?
Well, he come from another church, and
David come from another church. Okay, let me explain this. David came from another church because he didn't have a girlfriend. So, Robin's awful pretty, ain't she? So Robin, who's David's good friend, David comes to the SDA church. He's only there for a short amount of time, right? Only seen Summer a couple times, right? Only seen her a couple times. And I'm going to let him tell us that for himself because I have that interview. And I'm going to show it to you. But then David got a girlfriend. And when he got a girlfriend, she was from the Baptist church, right? So, I guess he went from SDA to Baptist very quickly.
he just kind of popped in and got to know Summer a little bit before she got gone. And then he met some girl at some Baptist church and started going, I guess, to church with them.
So he would come over and hang out with her and play with her and stuff?
Well, no, not until after she disappeared.
Okay. Now, I want you guys to remember, okay, that the night Summer went missing, Candace was calling Robin, Summer's best friend, to let her know Summer was missing. Robin was doing things, okay, people do things, and she was doing things. So, when she got all done doing her things and she got in the car, the first person who called her was David Dodson to let her know Summer was missing. And I will go through this quickly. Candace calls through after Robin answers for David. I always wondered if David wasn't really a member of the church, why his name would even be on the list with the telephone number, because obviously he didn't know Robin that well, but in a short amount of time, he got to know Laura, do you want to talk about Ghost? Drop your email for Colin. Colin's a good person. He'll give you a great reading. But I don't think he can really give you a good reading in my chat, darling. So please, drop your email. Drop your email, Colin. You better do it. But you do impress me, Colin, I must say. Okay, so anywho, getting back to the subject at hand, So Candace calls through freaking out or whatever. What's very interesting about that whole scenario is Robin gets to Ben Hill 2 hours later, right? After getting flashlight and snacks. And says David had already been up on the hill, right? Had already been up on the hill. I don't know who you are, Honeysuckle and Roses, but I don't need your comments today. We're talking about something serious. So, well, call in, delete some of the emails you don't need. That's common sense. Haven't one of your spirit guides told you that yet? If your email's full, maybe delete some of them. Then it won't be full. Right? So anyhow, David's already been up on the hill and been with the family. So this is David Dodson in church. Hang on, I'll pull it up for you. Hold on, hold on. Hold on to your dreams. Okay, here we go. So this is David in church with Summer. Now, you see the Summer's reaction there? Summer's reaction there. Let's pull it down a little bit. There, it's a little bit more colored. So that's Robin, you know, kind of like trying to, I guess, make Summer comfortable about David giving her the weird-ass looks. But Summer doesn't look like she's buying it, right? At all. Laura. I'm not talking about spirits, Laura and Colin. I'm talking about David Dodson. Well, Colin, I'm sorry that many people have asked for your email. And I promise I will do a whole 5-hour live where you can come into the chat room and you can read everybody. How's that? Laura, obviously, Laura, you're not interested in what I'm talking about. You know, you're not interested in my content or what I'm talking about, and you're being very disrespectful. And I have a feeling you know you're being disrespectful. You and Colin did this last time you were in here, and you know, so I'm just gonna have to say goodbye. Goodbye, Laura. Good luck on your future endeavors on someone else's channel. Colin, follow her around in the chats. Y'all have good conversation. Goodbye. Colin, I like you, Colin, but you don't come into a creator's chats and act like their content ain't worth a shit, which is exactly what you're doing. So, goodbye, Colin. All right, let's get down to business. Who fucking ended my chat? Who ended my chat? Loose Cat, you do it? I can't bring it back. There you go. There you go. Bye, Colin. Bye. I do like you, Colin. Come back. Come back when you want to hear the content and not use my channel to endorse your mediumship. Okay? And y'all know me. I put up with a lot. I'm not the bitch everybody thinks I am. But good luck, Colin. Good luck. So, do I need to go over this again? We've got David Dodson in the church. Googly eye in Summer. Summer doesn't look like she's very comfortable about the situation. I just played a clip. Where did Don Wells slip up in what he was saying? Because we know that, you know, Don sure messes up on a lot of things, right? So now, let's get down to... No, I'm not talking about you flies. They knew exactly what they were doing. They were doing it last time I had a live too. They were sitting in here and Colin was giving her this reading and it's like, whatever, go read her somewhere else. Go read her somewhere else. You try to be nice and people disrespect you like you're a piece of doo-doo. And I am not a piece of doo-doo. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to get down to the nitty-gritty here. This is a interview that I knew it was out here, and I finally found it in my notes and to know exactly who I was trying to pull up. Now, this is Unmasked, and I've talked about Unmasked before in some of the, great interviews they got at the beginning of the Summer Wells case. Let me share it with you, because you guys are my favorite type of people. I will share it with you. All right, you guys, this is David Dodson. This is one of the first interviews. And I'll tell you what, give me 1 second here, you guys. 1 second. Okay, I got my chat pulled up on my phone. Now I can see what's going on because I never pull it up on my phone. Okay, I got my chat pulled up on my phone. Oh, it's echoing. Now I can see what's going on because I never pulled it up on my phone. Okay, I got my chat pulled up on my phone. I don't want to do that. That would drive me up the wall. Go away, remain calm. Getting on my nerves. Okay, anywho. You guys got the chat under control. I have all faith in you guys. Okay, so. And yes, I could have muted it, but whatever. You guys keep blowing up 420 through the monitors, and I'm just, I'm just kind of sitting and chilling, hanging out with my friends. So without further ado, a live interview with the Summer Wells family friend, David Dodson. Here we go.
They're aware of this podcast going on, and they just wanted me to just thank you all and just thank everyone, to your listeners, and they're so thankful to you, and they just want to we're just wanting to keep Summer out there. We don't want her story to fade away. We just want her home, and we're ready to do whatever we need to get that little precious little girl back home to us.
Amen. All right. So would you mind starting off with just telling us like how long you've known the family, how well you know the family, kind of, your history, and then or a little bit about your, where your background is?
Sure.
They didn't take this interview down. You just have to know where to look for it to find it, is all it is.
Sure. I met the family about 3 months ago through church.
3 months isn't a long time, right? It's fair use, Elizabeth. I am using this under fair use. I am not using this to talk bad about the creator. I am not doing anything like that. I am using it under fair use. If anything, I have recommended her channel for many, many, many months. And if she was hiding this interview, then I would kind of go, well, maybe I shouldn't use it. But thank you for being protective, Elizabeth. And you guys can drop her channel. It's under Unmasked True Crime.
And so I've just known them just a few short months. And the family, they're very appear to be a very loving family. They have Summer, their daughter, and then Summer has 3 older brothers. So there's a total of 4 children in the family. And they live out in the little mountainous region there, just outside.
I don't know anything about the 2 women who did this channel together. I just know that they did a fantabulous job when they interviewed him, and I'm also going to go over another interview they did, because these were at a time in Summer's case when these were very important.
Side of Kingsport and Rogersville, and they're just good. They're just good country people.
And just to let you guys know, if this was privated, I wouldn't have been able to get it.
People.
Did you meet them just like living in the same town, or did you actually meet through church?
I met them actually through church. Yes, ma'am. And,
Okay.
But yeah, that's how we came to know each other.
Okay. And then how close were you with the family? I know that you're super close now and being very supportive and helping them out. Do you have any like fun stories, like Summer stories, things that she would do or fun little things that she would do that you would like to share?
Summer, she is like a little ball of energy. She just she smiles all the time. She just always running around in the church, just greeting people. During our singing service, she would run up and want to join in and sing. She wasn't very vocal, she didn't speak a lot, but her smile and just her interaction and just playing, she's just a child that just loves.
The 2 ladies are what were called unmasked at the time. No, David, Lip Lock's not in chat.
Loves, she loves people, she loves playing, and she's just she's a happy child.
Was she outgoing? Like she would just go up and be like, "Hi, everybody."
Yes, absolutely. She would come up to you and she would wave at you, even though she may never met you before.
Well, wait a minute, David, because I don't want to mess myself up here, but I just showed a picture of her looking at you in church, and she wasn't waving, right? I don't think she's waving at you. Thank you, David. You're being so respectful. Thank you so much.
She just wave at you and smile.
She's so stinking cute.
She's our church had a garage sale about 10 days before she went missing, and her and her brothers and her grandmother and her mother were there, and they were just having a wonderful time. They were playing, and
See, that's what I'm wondering. How many times was he around Summer with just Grandma and Candace and Dawn wasn't around?
all the children were playing together and coloring, and it was just
Yeah, we seen the coloring books around Candace, right? Don't know what was beside them, but holy moly.
like I said, she wasn't like a loner, if you will, but she was just, she was very just outgoing.
Melissa, did you have a question?
I keep going in and out. My audio's messing up.
Oh no. Okay.
I'm trying to fix it.
Okay, no problem. I just noticed, I was like, wait a minute, maybe she had something she wanted to add. So David, what can you share about June 15th? If there's anything that you're able to share. I mean, obviously we've talked about this on many of our lives when we cover, multiple cases, but specifically with Summer, we don't want to share anything obviously that would do any hindrance to any form of investigation. But I am aware that you were you at the home that night?
Yes. What happened is during the day, I had spent the day with my daughter and took my daughter out to eat.
Yes, I will show you guys an interview that was done with his daughter also.
And about 7:30 that evening, I was at home, and Summer's mother had called me, and she said, "David, we have an emergency. Summer is missing." And she was also trying to reach another one of our church members. Her name is Robin. And
now I find that interesting because we know of the conversations that Candace had with Hunter and Allie, and Marlena even said she called her, and the way that Candace was allegedly reacting, right?
And she was unable to get a hold of Robin, so she called me and see if I could try to get a hold of Robin for her. We were able to get a hold of Robin, and Robin and myself, we made our way out to their home.
No, David. That's not the way I understand it happened. You didn't head out to her home at the same time. You got there way before Robin and actually was up with the family. Then when Robin got there, you were at the bottom of the hill and they wouldn't let you guys go back up there.
I'd never been out to their home before. I had to get the address from them. But by the time we got out there, it might have been about, oh goodness, maybe 8:30 or so. And
Robin, I would have to look at my notes, because you guys know how I am with my notes. Upon learning Summer was missing, felt that she needed to go get flashlights and snacks, right? Flashlights and snacks.
There was a high police presence. There were aircraft already in the air. They had the police dogs out. There was probably about 100 search and rescue personnel, fire department already out there when we arrived.
Wow. Okay. And Robin is actually somebody that was She was like the school teacher at the church, correct? I think her and Summer were very, very close.
Yes. Robin and Summer they were very close. And Robin taught her Sunday or her Sabbath school.
I agree, David. He did lie. I kind of heard through the grapevine at one point that he would take pizzas and things out to the Wells house that Robin would purchase, but David would take them out there. Okay.
Class.
Yeah, I think that's one of the ones that Candace referred to, that Summer would always light up when she would see her at church.
Yes. It was. It's Summer and Robin. They were very close, and Robin was I know for example, on Mother's Day, Summer made Robin a necklace and gave to her, and that's just
Now, David, you may not know a lot about women's jewelry, but I don't think Summer made them. I think they were purchased. Summer, they got them for Summer to give to Robin. I was always curious on what Summer gave to Candace. Never seen that, right? She, that information, if you go back and listen to the Chris McDonough interview with Robin, it tells a lot.
That's the type of child Summer is. She's a loving child. She's very, she likes everyone, and she always she always has a smile on her face and just very outgoing.
Melissa, how you doing over there?
I'm doing good.
Now, see, I can never understand. I showed you guys Ainsley Daniels putting up the pictures of the individuals vested in Summer's case. And if David Dodson and Tim Mullins and Robin Lane were put up there, I could see Robin being vested. Summer loved her. But Tim Mullins and David Dodson, if you're going to put them up there saying that they're vested in the case, because they want to know what happened to Summer, well, then we will all send selfies into WJHL and they can put all of our pictures on that brick wall. You know what I'm saying?
But now it was breaking up at first. It kept going in and out. I do want to ask about the red truck that everyone keeps talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Do they know who it belongs to? I keep seeing there's a guy missing. It's the neighbors. It's someone else's. Can you clarify on the red truck?
What I can share with you, and this is what Summer's parents shared with me. They and please forgive me, I can't remember the time frame. It might have been last week, but they did find a red pickup matching that description, and it was in a different county. And when of course, the license plates had been removed, and Summer's dad and mom both told me that when they ran the VIN number, it came back to one of their neighbors. And that's the last I heard of it. And
that's very interesting, isn't it? Now that's coming from Summer's parents, who, if I remember correctly, the neighbor said they were the ones who told Dawn about the dog trail. If I remember correctly, that person said they were the ones who told Dawn Wells about the dog trail and what law enforcement perceived to be the situation surrounding the dog trail. This is just my opinion, and you guys have a mind of your own and you can think any way you want to, but that, in my opinion, the red truck was something that was kind of thrown out there because it was content on YouTube for days and days and days. Every red truck in the area was, checked and pulled up and names given and all this other stuff. So to me, the red truck was, just thrown out there for other reasons than law enforcement actually wanting to find the driver to talk to them to see if they seen anything. Because if that was the case, they would have been talking to quite a few people in the area and surrounding areas, because that vehicle was a very popular truck, right? Well, you check them, David. That's why I'm here. I'm here to get y'all to think for yourselves, do some research on your own. That's a wonderful thing. That is a wonderful thing to check that out. I can get into the red truck. I can talk about the red truck that they caught on, it had been caught on fire, and the young boy who drove it, and I can tell you about his pappy, I can get into all that stuff, but I'm talking about David Dodson today.
And I asked Don, who is Summer's dad, if they had heard anything else from the sheriff's department, and they had not. So I don't know if it's, I don't know where that lead or what happened to that, but
because if you remember right, Don and Candace says, we don't know nothing about no red truck. But they should just come forward, go to the TBI, and say what they saw. I mean, that's not word for word, but, you get the gist of it, right?
I do know what Don and Candace told me is that the red truck was found, or a red truck was found, and the VIN number did match one of their neighbors.
Now, is the neighbor still around? Did they talk to the neighbor that the red truck belonged to?
Summer's father told me that the law enforcement was going to be speaking to the neighbor, and that was the last that I had heard.
Now, I really don't think Summer's father said a heck of a lot that made any sense anyway, right? SMH.
From them concerning the red truck.
Okay. So we're gonna leave that tip up and make sure that you guys still see a truck with the ladder bed and the white buckets in the back. You guys still make sure that that's something that you guys are keeping an eye out on.
And Don B is, because he made sure to take a picture of one that was sitting at a drive-through.
Because I don't want to, in case it's not the right truck, I just want to make sure we're still looking until we hear otherwise.
Yeah, right. And please continue to look. Like I said, there are so many tips that come in, and there's so many things that are being said. And of course,
don't forget, a tip came in on Facebook that told Robin Lane that truck wasn't important anymore. So she went through a nice little stack of flyers about Summer and put a big X right over that truck. I am not making it up. I'm not.
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, FBI, the Sheriff's Department, they're looking into all of those. And it's real important for, sometimes you have people that just want to get out there and be keyboard warriors, if you will, and they want to just say, let's add to the confusion. And when people start adding to the confusion because they want to be part of the story,
right?
David, they're armchair detectives. But I guess if you want to call us keyboard warriors, I prefer Summer's Army. Thank you very much.
It takes away diligent efforts from our local law enforcement and our federal law.
what they checked the VIN number on was the truck that was on fire. And like I said, somewhere in my notes, I can tell you the kid's name who owned the truck, where his pappy lived, what he did for a living. And he was a shady like all the rest of them.
Law enforcement. So I would just ask people to please, stop the rumor mills. I guess it's human nature. People start, spreading rumors and everything, which does not help the case. It does not help us to find Summer. And our main.
Well, David, I think where you piqued my interest was when you said that you and Robin arrived there together. And Robin said something different. Maybe y'all should have talked again after you called her that night when she got through with the dance recital pictures. You got your little story straightened out.
Focus is getting Summer back home.
Right. When you have been to their house, there was, speaking of rumors, I just want to see if you can clarify this one, because obviously we've never been there. One of the things was that there's many dogs, like 20 plus dogs around the property. So is there 20 plus dogs around the property?
There are several dogs on the property. If I had to guess, I have probably seen myself. I probably have seen maybe 5 or 6 dogs.
Okay.
I've never seen like a herd of dogs, if you will. I've never seen 20 dogs.
Right. That would be like a herd of dogs. Absolutely.
Exactly. And,
did they bark at you when you went on the property?
Well, when we arrived there was so much going on already. There was a huge police presence already up at the house. And so, I mean, the dogs were already kind of walking around, looking.
The dogs have always had a great big question mark. These were dogs who were said to throw a freaking conniption fit about people coming up on the hill. It makes no sense why a herd of dogs would all be gone that day. And people do have dogs that they'll bark their heads off until they see who the person is. And either they'll quit barking or, finally somebody has to tell them to be quiet. Well, you do it, sassy. Well, Anastasia, I said that. I said he was there before Robin got there, so that would mean they came in 2 different vehicles. And if JSB knows exactly what their vehicles look like, that just goes to show that what they say about her is true. She's a nosy neighbor. You're right, Kai Mojo. They run in packs. But there was a herd of them that day. Why aren't you ordering me pizza and breadsticks, Lucy Cat? I was watching a channel the other day. I love to pop in there just to show my support. And they were like, do you want to give so this person can get pizza? And I was like, okay. Is that all you got to do is go to somebody else's channel and say, I want a pizza? And dang it, you get a pizza.
Looking around. And, but as far as I can't remember I don't remember them coming up and like barking at me or anything. Cause I mean, they had never seen me there before. And, I was, did they come up and start growling at me or anything like that? No, they didn't. And as far as like just barking at me, they didn't even like run up and start barking. Like I said, there were so many people already on the property by the time I got there that evening.
Okay. And any other time that you've been there when there wasn't that amount of police presence that's ever like you've ever noticed?
Well, yeah. I mean, they have we've taken the family food and everything, and we've gone to visit with them. And they'll as we're pulling up the drive, a couple of dogs will run up there, just kind of start barking and everything. There's been times.
But they want us to believe all the dogs were gone that day. And a stranger was on the property and went into the dungeon and took baby girl. Is what they want us to believe. That there were no dogs there that day to bark at all. They was all gone. Right? Me too, flies. I would just hold them down and, pop their eyeballs open where they can't close them, and then just put a piece of jalapeno on there. And just tell them it's a new beauty treatment. I don't know if David's still here or not. He's being good today.
Like this. So yeah, that they barked at that time.
He probably went to look in his notes so he can come back and tell me if I'm wrong. Because he's a good guy like that. David's here. I knew you was here, David.
But it wasn't like they were going nuts or anything like that.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for us.
So they would bark if someone did pull up or walk up on the property.
I would think they would, because I mean they they barked at my car when of course they know me now, but they barked at my car, and when I would get out they would stop.
Now, this is interesting because there were a herd of dogs on the hill. They didn't bark when a strange person came up on the hill and took Summer. But you would think with a herd of dogs that if someone parked down at the bottom of that hill, that those dogs wouldn't be barking. Thank you, David. David said on BBTW that Dawn said David Dodson came over 6 times, 3 times before Summer went missing. Thank you for that, David. I do appreciate you letting us know that. I knew that it had been said that he had been over there before. Me too, David. I got a lot of notes too. And since you're rich, you can hook me up with a private plane, and maybe we can go to the Bahamas. And now we're not gonna share a room. You gotta get me my own room. But we'll go to the Bahamas and compare notes. It would be interesting. And Lucy Cat has to come. All my nods have to come. Can't go by myself. All my nods gotta come too.
But yeah, absolutely. I think that if there was just someone coming up the drive, I would think they would bark. And that's just my opinion.
Okay.
And do all the dogs belong to Candace and Don?
I do believe so. I do believe so.
Now we do know that the neighbors had some dogs when Molly Golightly and Betty and them were there, and they were taking dog food over there and feeding these dogs. They said were starving to death, and they wasn't starving to death, but a dog's a dog. You're going to throw some treats and some dog food in front of them, they going to eat it, right? But wasn't necessarily the dogs from 110. But I don't know. I wasn't there.
All right. So Don had mentioned in one of his interviews something about a yellow car. Do you know anything about the yellow car?
I do. I have not heard anything about a yellow car. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. No worries. Yeah,
Now we know that Dudley drove a yellow vehicle, right? And this is pretty interesting. If nobody listens to me, kind of see where I'm coming from now. We know Dudley had a yellow car. I think somebody else had a yellow car. But Dawn made the comment, right? If I remember correctly, about when the cops were coming, that there was a specific color car that they said leaving the area quickly, but the police couldn't pull them over because they were on a call that Summer was missing, right? Hello, Wing. Welcome, darling. So, yes. Yes, that's what I heard. Dolores. That it belonged to JSB. Then I heard some crazy crap about, I don't know. It was crazy crap.
Yes, that's why it was one of the things, because I had not heard a yellow car before he mentioned it. So that's why I thought we could ask you, since
Absolutely.
And I'm going to tell you, I love these women. I love the questions that they're asking. It's no nonsense. It's, no BS questions or anything like that. Don said Brad had a yellow vehicle. Yeah, and I will go back and find where Don says that law enforcement said a vehicle was leaving the area rather quickly, but they couldn't pull them over because they were coming to the other thing. David Cohen. It's okay, honey, if somebody doesn't like you. You can hang out. They're not going to call you names, and don't you call them names, because then I'm going to have to throw you out again, okay? Maybe sometimes you need to look at some of these people you say don't like you. Maybe they're giving you some attention. Take that attention, honey. You get a little love and a hug. It'll be okay, David. I promise. It'll be okay.
Yeah, I have never, I haven't heard any reports of a yellow car. I haven't, I've been watching the news regular too, and I haven't heard any reports on our local news stations either.
Okay, so let's see. Miss Melissa, what you got?
Oh. I think, I mean, all I wanted to clear up was a red truck. Anything else you can think of?
So one of the things that we were talking about prior to coming on was that, we're concerned about the search scaling back. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, ma'am. I can tell you what I know from what I've heard from the family. I believe it was last week.
Mr. David, you are being good. I appreciate it. But don't ever come for a woman and her babies. Don't say bad thing about a woman and her baby. It doesn't end well for a man when they do that. Okay? Just a little advice, David. Just a little advice for you there, darling.
Maybe last Monday, they scaled down their search. They had searched over 5,000 square acres, and There've been like, hundreds of search and rescue folks out there. They've been using drones, helicopters. It was such an intense search, and
Yes, it was a very intense search. Hey, Maggie. Thank you, Lil Ween. I'm glad you're here for me. I really am. Sometimes David just needs some special attention. You gotta give him a little love and a little hug every once in a while.
and they were checking. From my understanding, they were checking neighbors' homes. There's a lot of abandoned structures out there too. There's a lot of the undergrowth is so thick, and it was very treacherous for our search and rescue folks. And
Yes, it was. Bye, David. Oh, David, why'd you lose your temper, darling? We'll see you later, honey. We'll see you later. Thank you, Curse with Curiosity. I agree with you. His words are solid. And he ain't even put a little bit of ranch dressing on them yet. Right? But I agree with him about the searchers. On the panel are two very intelligent women who go by, at the time, Unmasked True Crime. No nonsense kind of girls. And when they were doing this podcast together, I enjoyed it. Which you could probably enjoy them on their respective channels. Girl, Lil Ween, you're all right. Don't you worry about it. You didn't disrupt me at all. It ain't the first time David's been called out on my channel, and it ain't the last time he'll get thrown off. He just gets his feelings hurt a little bit, and you gotta give him a little love and a little hug, right? And he bounces right back. He's like one of them Energizer bunnies.
They just work diligently, and unfortunately, after about 2 weeks, they had felt like they had searched that immediate area. And my understanding from the family is that now they were expanding that search, but it was kind of being cut down in the local area.
When they finally scaled the search back, even though they had been investigating things, they went right into investigate more mode. Okay. Dawn, when he made the statement that he felt bad for the searchers because he knew she wasn't out there, that spoke volumes. That spoke volumes.
Do you and the family at this point, or you or the family, I should say, do you guys believe that Summer could have wandered off at all now that you know how much of that terrain has been searched with the dogs?
I just Summer's dad told me that two of the dogs, and like I said, I did not hear this from the police. This is what Summer's dad Don told me. He said two of the dogs picked up her scent on the driveway, and then when they got at the bottom of the driveway to where their road is, the scent stopped. Is what he told me.
Okay, did you guys hear that? There wasn't nothing about a dog trail. It was the driveway. Isn't that what he said? I'll back it up. I want to make sure because I haven't listened to this in a really long time myself. So
two of the dogs, and like I said, I did not hear this from the police. This is what Summer's dad Don told me. He said two of the dogs picked up her scent on the driveway, and then when they got at the bottom of the driveway to where their road is, the scent stopped.
But remember what I said earlier. It was stated, and I would have to find it, but it is out there. that the neighbor that heard the scream, I'll say, is the one who told Mr. Wells about the dog trail. Okay? And then, of course, we heard what Ronnie Lawson said. And I kind of tend to go with what Ronnie Lawson said. Okay? No, Dingland, there's not anywhere that we can drop links for them. I mean, if you guys know what their independent channels are called, please feel free to drop the links for them. But these fine individuals are no longer together doing the podcast together.
Is what he told me. I really don't know. We're just baffled. We're just baffled. And I could tell you what Summer's mom told me, and what her father told me about the night that she disappeared, and it just it's baffling.
I would really love to be a fly on the wall to listen to the conversation that Candace had with this man. She was an emotional wreck, allegedly, when she talked to Robin. When she talked to Allie, she was walking back and forth in the kitchen playing with her hat, no emotion whatsoever. It was also stated that Candace didn't want to be outside to talk to law enforcement. That Grandma Candy was out there speaking with law enforcement. That's what I heard. That is what I heard.
It just seems so unreal.
When you arrived there, what were you told had happened?
Well, I'd spoken with Candace, and I believe Dawn was already there too. And
wait, okay. He says Dawn was already there when he talked to Candace. Okay. All right, David.
Where the main house is, Candace's mother also lives on the property in a trailer. It's kind of like a camper trailer that you pull, I believe. And that camper trailer is probably about, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 foot from the main house. It's separated by a driveway. And Candace said that her and Summer and their mom, they were out there planting flowers. They had been swimming earlier that day, and they got home and they were planting flowers. And Summer wanted to go inside her house and play. So Candace watched Summer walk from the camper.
Yes, she may have watched her walk from the camper into the house. But Candace, we kind of know, it's my psychic stuff going on. I don't even need Colin to tell me this. That she didn't walk her to the door. She just watched her walk over to the house. Yeah, it is weird that Candace called David. I could see her calling Robin, but it's just what has always gotten me about that situation, because David was not a member of the SDA church, right? Unless, well, from what I heard, I don't know if it's true. I've never even repeated this because to me, it was hearsay. But David had been associated with other SDA churches. And it's a little interesting thing that I was told. This person was adamant that they knew what they were talking about. That it was repeated to them that there was an incident at a different, I believe, SDA church that involved some little bitties. Okay. But I don't know. I don't want that to go around and people jump on that, because my recommendation about this man, David Dodson, go over and watch Carl from Enchanted Life Path. he goes deeply into David Dodson.
To the front door, and she watched him walk into the house. The brothers were in there, and I can't recall, they might have been on the internet or they might have been watching TV. I apologize.
He knows the script. He's getting the script down right. Hey, Sandy, thanks for popping in. He knows the script. He's just messed up a few things.
I can't remember exactly what she said. And she said that the brothers came in or Summer came in, and the brothers saw Summer go down into the basement to play. And then Candace said that, you know, a few minutes later, I think so maybe like 20 minutes later, she came in looking for Summer, and the boys told her.
It was 2 minutes, David. Get it right. It took her 2 minutes to mess with Grandma's brace. But of course, Candace, she don't keep track of time when she's having fun, right?
Candace, that Summer was down in the basement. Candace went down there, and Summer was gone. Keeping in mind that there's the front door of the house, and down in the basement there is a door that leads to the outside. So
don't forget, the boys were locked in and no out. Is what she said, right? Nobody could get in and they couldn't get out. Okay.
So those are the only two doors that are in and out. And as far as and that's when, you know, she notified the police when they could not find her.
Did they tell you if the basement door was open or closed or locked or?
They told me it was locked, and the children even told me that it was locked.
Okay. That makes sense only because if the boys were locked in, no out, someone would have had to gone down in that basement and unlock that door. But then you got every other time they're on, you know, especially Dawn on a panel, it'd be like, oh, I don't know if it was locked. We think it was unlocked. We don't know. Let me ask the neighbor. Maybe she'll know.
So, you know, with that, the front door was the only way in or out.
And can she reach that lock down there? Or does she know how to unlock it?
That I do not know. I've not actually been in the basement.
Dawn said yes. That Summer could.
Myself. I don't know how it's set up down there. But as far as you know, one of the sons did tell me that, you know, the door was locked while she was down there. And Summer's.
One of the boys told him the door was locked. But somebody came up on that hill and took Summer and Grandma and Candace. I can't say what the three boys know. I don't know. But two grown adult women were up on that hill. And if we look at the dogs, if somebody was up there and they was hiding in the bushes, I would think that two grown adult women would take heed of that, right? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure he did, but hopefully they'll ask him that. Like I said, I haven't watched this for, gosh, forever. So I'm glad when I was looking at my notes under David Dodson that
Mom, you know,
this
she
popped
she
up for
confirmed
me.
that with me, because that was one of my things. So I don't know if Summer went in there and the boys were playing, then she came back out. I just don't know.
Has any of the neighbors, did they see anything? Did they hear anything?
As far as to my knowledge, no. And the way that the house is, it's kind of secluded away from the road. It's actually up on like a little hill, and it's surrounded by very thick woods. So,
But I will say, when you're up in the mountains and in a holler, and you scream, it will echo off those mountains. So I'm the last person that's going to sit and say that Jody Sue didn't hear a scream. I don't know. Wasn't there. If she did hear a scream, what fucking difference did it make? She didn't call over to Candace and say, I just heard a scream, right? And supposedly, they seen each other at 4:30 on the road. Both of them down toward the road, right? About 4:30, Candace coming out of Fred's driveway, Jody, whatever the fuck she was doing. But Candace said she seen her. But the scream was heard between what, 4:30 and 4:42, right? Am I wrong? But if you heard a scream that you knew was a really fucked up scream, and you know that your neighbor has children, wouldn't you think that you would call that neighbor and inquire about the scream you heard? But Candace says, I didn't hear a scream because I was in the house looking for Summer. It is out there. That was said. Okay. I don't know why this stuff stays in my brain like it does. And I would invite you guys in to take a look at it, but you wouldn't stay for long.
so it's, out here, your closest neighbor might be, 50 yards to you. So it's really, it's not like when you're in the city, your neighbor's house is, just a few foot from yours. So it's a very secluded area.
So if she was,
it's a secluded area, but Fred talked about seeing Bug in a swimming pool with Summer. He did say that. I always said, well, where were you, Fred, when you seen that? I wouldn't think that he could see that from his front yard. But I don't know. She turned around and denied the scream happened. Wasn't there something, and I'm not going to go off script, too much on this. Okay. But wasn't there an issue between Candace and Jody where Candace wanted Jody to change her story about some things? Right? I don't know. Just something that kind of popped into my head when you said that.
oh, go ahead.
Nope, you got it. Go.
If she was able, if the basement door was locked and the only other way would be the front door, where is the front door facing, and would they be able to see her?
The way the front door faces, I mean, if for example, if Candace was outside and even her mother was outside, if they had their backs turned, I mean, there's a good possibility they could not have seen her walk out.
But Grandma didn't have her back turned because she was sitting on the steps while Candace was messing with a leg brace that Don said he'd never seen before. Huh. Weird.
Right.
So one of the things I just want to back up just a second. So when she watched Summer walk into the house, and then approximately 20 minutes later, she had gone back, helped Grandma with the knee brace and whatnot. So did you say 20 minutes later? I just want to make sure I got that time right.
Yeah, I believe that's what she told me. Okay. She said, because when I asked her how long she'd been missing, she said it had been about 20 minutes. But
okay, so 911 was called 6:23. We know of that they've let us know. That was the first one. 6:23. Candace said she had been missing 10 minutes, right? She had been missing 10 minutes before 911 was called. They've been looking for her for 10 minutes. Wow, she called David Dodson quickly, right? I never thought about that before. She called him very quickly, right? Huh. That's interesting, don't you think? Don't you think that's just a little bit interesting there?
And I'm almost positive that's what she told me. And of course, I'm giving my statement to the TBI and everything. They were like, hey, we need for you to give a statement. Why are you here? So
how'd you get here? What are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. And I was more than happy to give my statement to them.
But Candace called Robin repeatedly. Robin didn't answer. Wow. Yeah, that's what I thought. Find Summer's truth. That it had something. I wasn't quite sure in my mind if it had something to do with the scream or something else that Jody said that Candace tried to get her to change that story.
Did she say that her and Grandma went out and walked around and looked for Summer? Did they call for Summer?
Yes, they did walk around and call, and the boys were looking for her. And
yes, they stood at the top of the hill. Summer. But Summer had been abducted, if you ask them. But they didn't hesitate to send the boys down the hill by themselves and just hope that they wasn't taken either.
As far as I don't know what time frame that they looked for her and then called the police. That I don't know what that time was.
Well, Wing, I don't know. I'm going to go over my writings about Robin again, but I haven't quite decided about her yet, for the pure fact that she does go to the SDA church, and this is just my own words, but they believe in praying for forgiveness. And this is my deduction of it. They pray for forgiveness on their sins. And God says, of course, he forgives the sinner. But it doesn't matter how the victim feels. Because as long as, no matter what they've done, God forgives them. So a good example of that is that there was abuse seen in the home. There were things known about them that should have been reported many times, in my opinion, but because you can pray over things maybe things were overlooked. And yeah, I mean, she showed a lot of love to Summer. Summer showed a lot of love to her. And I think the thing that made me realize how shady Robin was when she made the appointment with Reverend Donna Serafina. Instead of being mature about it and canceling the appointment, she got in a vehicle with another church member who knew a little bit more about the teachings than she did. And don't forget, she also didn't want to do interviews unless she could have the pastor with her to explain why their religion believed the things they believed. Right? We also know that she prayed with Don to come home from one of his crack binges. And she prayed with him. I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall for that.
You know, and that might have been that 25 minutes that she told me, that might have included them walking around looking for, because when I asked her, I said, hey, have you called the police and how long has she been missing? And she said, yes, that we have called the police and she's been missing about 25 minutes.
That's kind of what I was wondering, because that kind of goes along with what she had said to us as well, is that she, you know, sent her inside. A couple minutes later, she found she was missing and we walked around looking for her. So,
right. So that's what I was thinking. Probably that 25 minutes is probably included in when they were looking for her, would be my thought.
Are they still actively searching on the ground for her?
No, ma'am, they are not.
That's disheartening. But I mean, I know they covered so much. Where else do you go? Which direction do you go? I know there's a stopping point, but I don't want them to ever stop.
Yeah, I know.
Now, what the searchers did was they went, yes, they were checking a certain amount of area, and then they would take a break and another group would come in and check the same area. And then they, you know, they checked, what was it? I want to say like 3,000 acres or something. I don't know. I'd have to look it back up. I'm not good with math. And yes, Lisa, they sat in a car, her and this woman who was a higher up in the church, and proceeded to tell Reverend Donna basically what their Bible said about mediums. It was messed up. And when she did that, I went, girl, you just changed my whole attitude about you. You're godly, you believe in God, you believe in being good to people and loving people and giving them a hug. But you didn't think twice about going on YouTube and bashing somebody. It didn't set right with me. Yeah, Twyla did cry. A lot of those searchers cried. I couldn't imagine going to an area like that to search for a little 5-year-old girl. And it was so hot. And a lot of them got sick from some of the areas that they had to be in. Twyla said she had a group of them who got physically ill. Trash being in places. She said at one point a place where they were had hypodermic needles and syringes and different things like that. Yes, that is what she said. Y'all notice how many cases where it's reported right before dark and how those cases turn out? You know, I thought about that too, Maggie. That's a great thing saying that. Because by the time that they called 911, it wasn't that big amount of time before it got dark out. Because we got to remember, Summer didn't have shoes on. So you got a little girl who's possibly in the woods lost with no shoes on. It got dark out. Do you think that she was with no shoes on walking around the woods in the dark? She would have probably just stuck in one area. And that's why they checked some areas over and over a couple times. Because I, in my heart, would think that if Summer was in those woods in the pitch dark like that, and she heard people calling for her, she would have let somebody know she was there. In my opinion. But these people gave 100%. And I think what bothered me a lot about the searchers, and I'm not going to get on off track, I'm going to turn this back on. I forgot what I was going to say. You guys blowing that 420 to my monitor again. All right, let me turn this back on for you guys.
You know, and this is just so heartbreaking, and you know, the family has been attacked, and with all the negativity, and that's the last thing they need. So,
well, and this is my opinion, David Dodson, and thank you for your comment there, and I'm here to commentate on you right now. Everybody knows how I feel about that family. That family, everything that they've done, and all the stuff that's happening to them right now, they did it to themselves. It wasn't YouTubers. It wasn't. I promise you.
You know, when y'all reach out to them, and there's been a lot of people who are supporting them, and they really need that. They need to know that, hey, there are people out here that care for Summer, and you know, and that care for them, and they know there's a lot of mean people out here too, and they just, I mean, we're talking about a 5-year-old little girl. We're talking about.
Yes, we are, Mr. David Dodson. We are. And Mr. and Mrs. Wells think people are being mean to them. Well, it wasn't very nice of Mr. Wells to let us know all the horrible things. Horrible things. And I have a list. Y'all know I got a list of the things that you said happened to Summer. That wasn't mean of you, was it, Dawn? Not at all. People who care about your daughter, I mean, there's some of us, I don't so much anymore, but in the beginning of Summer's case, I wanted to get every ounce of information I could get. And I was staying up and I was watching and just hoping that eventually someone would say, hey, they found Summer. But that wasn't mean of Dawn to do that, was it? To put that in our head. The ones of us who have hope and will keep having hope. But Dawn's an all right guy.
About a family that is just destroyed, and they are crushed in spirit. And then, but people want to say stuff like, because they want something to talk about, and they got to remember, hey, we're looking at they take out the human factor. And this is just not.
We took out the human factor. Hang on. Let me ask Pete. Pete, did we take out the human factor? Pete said, hell fuck no, we didn't. Thank you very much, Mr. Dodson.
Something we sit around at supper talking about. This is a 5-year-old little girl who.
Thank you, Dina Lynn, because yes, Don Wells actually spoke to Reverend Donna a couple times. Until, I'm sure, his favorite person decided to make a YouTube video denouncing her. But yeah, he talked to, Don did talk to Reverend Donna a couple times.
Who has disappeared, and her family is distraught. And so this family needs everyone's support. And again, they want me to tell y'all, thank you so much for
absolutely
y'all are doing. And
yeah, no, this is the least we can do. I mean, I would do so much more if possible, because there's cases that you get like super attached to, and there's other cases that you follow. And from me personally, I can't stop. I just want to.
Exactly. When it comes to summer, you can't stop. And I won't stop. And I don't care if people get mad at me, because sometimes I say things more than one time. Just can't help myself.
I know where she is. I want to know if she's safe. I'm not convinced that she's gone. I want her home safe.
Yeah, that's and that's how we all feel. We have hope, and we know that that all things are possible with Christ. Very, very devout Christians.
Okay, David. I had something clever I was going to say, and I forgot what it was. Let me see if it comes to me.
And we are not going to give up. And we just want Summer home. We want her home with her family, and we look forward to that.
No, Summer Moon Utah Wells will never, ever, ever, ever go back to that family, the whole family. Not just her mommy and daddy, but grandma, aunts, uncles. Not saying anything bad about marrying them, but their little inner circle. And neither will the boys.
Day where she's running up and down those aisles again at her church and helping us sing and lead singing with us,
Yes, I do have to say, if I would have been a member of that church and little Summer did those things, I'm just the type of person, she took my heart by going missing, and she would have took my heart then. And I'm sure there's many of them who would give anything to, see that again.
And we're not giving up hope, because we know that all things are possible with Father God.
Absolutely. Do you think, and this is going to be kind of a tougher question, but obviously the people are hard on the parents, because statistically, when something happens, it is, a close family member. It is a parent when it's a child that goes missing.
100%.
You know them, and I know you haven't known them a long time, but do you feel like in their presence, because to me that's a bigger thing, is like when you're in their presence, do you feel that that's something that they could have done, or that this little girl is out there and somebody has her?
I honestly feel that they did not have anything to do with it. I honestly feel They had nothing to do with Summer's disappearance. And just seeing that, a lot of people deal with stress and grief differently. Candace's mom is very quiet, and people have accused her because she's not showing a lot of emotion.
Well, David, Grandma, if you ask her, don't know anything anyway because she was napping. So, yeah. Sometimes people that's got a little bit of guilt going on in their brain prefer just not to say anything at all.
But they forget that here you have a mother who probably hasn't slept in 3 weeks, and who hasn't eaten, and who has cried her eyes out to where there is no tears left. And then on the other side of the spectrum, you have Dad, who is just bawling every day, who is just totally distraught, and you see the anguish in his eyes, and you just see their hearts crushed, even though they're.
Yeah, I don't think David Dodson would have kept Summer in any way. He did marry his girlfriend rather quickly and began going to her church. But physically having Summer, I don't think so. I mean, that's just my opinion, though.
Their physical appearance appear two different ways. They're still grieving. But in my opinion, I really
make that make sense. Their physical appearance is a little bit different than their emotional appearance. So, David, are you saying because Don liked to show his scrawny balls to everybody on YouTube, or take a dump, or be freaking high, consuming fifths of R&R in 20 minutes, that them doing that is different than how they feel emotionally? Make it make sense.
I really don't think they had anything to do with Summer's disappearance.
There's one thing I will 100% agree with you on, and as we've covered these cases for a long time now, people do not all grieve the same way, and the family members of people that have lost people to traumatic events, when they tell their stories about how they go on every day, it's very similar to what Candace and Don are doing. That the hurt is on the inside; it's not always on the outside.
Right.
So, I think that we have to take that, as a grain of salt at this point, because we aren't inside their home. We don't see what they do when they're in the dark alone. We see them, we see pictures of them when they're out with the boys trying to have fun, and
right.
And mom's not sitting in a corner.
Now you have to remember they did this interview. Don and Candace, mainly Don at the beginning, came on YouTube and showed his ass. Candace kind of followed suit and was on YouTube a lot more after Don went to jail, because it was hard to get money from people with Don being in jail unless she started making her appearance also on YouTube. Yes, I do know that Don said very inappropriate things to his grandson. When he said them, it didn't surprise me a bit, because in my opinion, that's the way he spoke around his own children all the time. But that's just my opinion.
They're crying because their boys are there.
And that's
she still has other kids to take care of. She has to be strong for them.
Absolutely. That's what several, folks, that's what we've been doing. We try to take the children out just to just to kind of try to get their mind off everything that's going on.
And I do have to say that even though I'm not a family member, I appreciate David Dodson doing that, because that was probably, in my opinion, the only unchaotic time that those boys were having. But that's just my opinion.
Because they're still hearing, on the radio, they're hearing, if you have any information on Summer Wells.
Yes, I did hear the smack around the world, Candace. And what I found real interesting was the man who said, "Come to daddy," or something like that, right? And I'm like, well, who are you, mister? Are you working, mister? Inquiring minds want to know, right?
They're hearing their little sister on the TV, and it's just constant. And and at that first week and a half, the search dogs were out there, and the FBI and TBI, they were all out there. So we got together and we were like, let's try to do something for them. Take them, to play putt-putt golf or a trampoline park or something of that nature.
I did see you take them putt-putt golfing. I thought that was pretty cool. They looked like they were having a good time.
They did it. They had never played putt-putt before.
Well, Maggie, to us who have some brains, that was the point of that video that piqued my interest. Candace crying didn't surprise me any at all. Because Candace knew she messed up. And people were mad at her. Because she got people to immediately give her hundreds of dollars to go back to Arkansas, where she needed to be. And the next night she's sitting in the hotel room crying and can't go back at that time. And I gave my opinion on that. Don didn't want her to come back. Don does not want her back in Tennessee until there's just no way around it. But other people looked at that video and was like, oh, look at Candace. Candace. Right? But I seen something totally different. And why did she delete it? Why did she dirty delete? Inquiring minds want to know, Candace, why'd you dirty delete it? Was it because you were afraid Don was going to watch it? Which you know he would have. Or was it because something laying in the floor? Everybody said it was a crack pipe. Was that the reason? I'm just asking. I don't know.
It was their first time. And then people would start, I'm 52 years old. Hey, if you want to pick on me and say, hey, why are you trying to take them out to play putt-putt golf? Well, I'm trying to take them out because I care for them.
Yeah, I heard that too, that Margie was fed up with Candace, was tired of her doping it up and drinking all the time. That's just what I heard. I don't know. I ain't talked to Margie. But my ass, if I had 11.5 acres in a house, no matter how bad it was, in a holler in Tennessee, it'd be a cold day in hell before my ass was sitting in a motel room that belongs to anybody else who has a real rambunctious son. 5 people in one motel room. I don't think it would happen.
But but don't say bad stuff to the boys. You know, I mean, they are.
I
children,
agree.
You know, you
I agree.
say what you want to me, I'm fine, but don't attack the children about it.
How are the boys doing?
You know, we saw them today. We actually took them to the aquatic center here in Kingsport, and they love swimming, and they're doing good. They're doing good. They miss their sister. You know,
Do you think they understand like what's actually happening? Do they? I mean, do they? They're young. I mean, they're what, like 12, 11, 9-ish. You know, they're not.
They are young. I think, you know, with children, you know, sometimes, you know, hey, it hits them, and then like a couple of minutes later, like they're playing. So they realize, you know, you can see, especially the middle son. He is very he's kind of more reserved and everything. Of course, the younger one, you know, they all miss their sister, but it's like they'll talk about, you know, missing her and how much they, you know, they're ready for her to come home, and then they're like, you know, then they're little boys, and they want to go play, you know, and people look at that, and I'm thinking they're children, you know,
right.
And I'm not a child psychologist or anything of that nature.
But you're a dad.
But I'm a dad, and I know how of course my children are grown now, but I know how they were when they were that age.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to stop that right here and have a part 2 and finish up with it, because I've already been on here almost 3 hours, and we can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. But I hope that, I know a lot of people hate when I commentate through interview and stuff, but I have to do it. That's what I'm using their content for. But I hope what has been gone over so far, that you guys did catch what, when I was commentating, the information as I know it. And believe me, if it's hearsay, I'm not sure, or whatever, you guys are the first ones to know that. Okay. And so adding some things in there. And I'm going to tell you, I love my chat. They always say the most interesting stuff. And don't ever think that if I read something you guys put on there and I stop to comment on it, or, you know, we have dialogue about it, that it upsets me, because it doesn't. That's what my channel's all about. Thank you, Lil Wing. I appreciate you saying that. It's always nice when another creator gives you some kudos on what you're doing. But like I said, you know, when I commentate on interviews, it does take a little while. Plus, I went over at the beginning, you know, I went over the stuff that was going on in the Tupac Shakur case. And, you know, maybe after, 26 years, he might get some justice. We talked about, you know, Don B being in the book. He's a celebrity now. And I'm not saying nothing bad about him. Y'all watching makes me know never mind. But that book is, in my opinion, a lot of content from social media, and he did not check to see if the content he was using from a creator wasn't content or knowledge they received from another creator. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. What I did agree with him is that there's a lot of evil, surrounding her case. And it's sad to say, but there was a lot of evil when Summer was there. Hey, Vicky. Total copy and paste book. I agree. There's a lot of us, I mean, not only me, a lot of us who love to write that, you know, I could have slapped something together within the first 6 months and made something about it, but that's not how I want to, you know, how I want to remember the case or Summer. You can do a book about Summer and have it kind of encircle trafficking. And you can write down everything about trafficking that you can see be intertwined in this case. You can do it about abduction. You could do it about, watch Carl from Enchanted Life Path. He even gets into the summer solace moons and all different kinds of stuff. I mean, he got into all kinds of different stuff. But it's just trying to get some facts out there. But in my opinion, it comes back to Candace, Grandma. We can kind of not involve the 3 boys. I just wouldn't in my heart even believe that one of those boys did that to Summer, did anything to Summer that would make her not here anymore. I don't believe that. I don't want to believe that, and I'll never believe that. There's just so many options you can use, and you guys, in my opinion, and I don't know about anybody else, and I can play it again just to remind you guys. Let me get out of this other stuff. Let me pull up my watch later. This here is what made me think long and hard about someone coming up there and taking that baby. Hang on, I'm gonna pull it up there. This right here. Hold on, I'm gonna share it with you. I promise. I promise. You know, the thing about it is, when I get into really talking about, you know, the stuff with Summer, I can see why some people end up doing 8-hour lives. It's really easy to do when you start going over interviews and content and different things like that. It is easy to, you know, end up being on here for hours without even realizing you're really doing that. Don was telling everyone at the farm that they had to make sure to know the boys saw Summer last. What do you mean they didn't know that? I thought that they were all about Summer. But then I take that back. They're all about Dawn and Candace, in my opinion, but don't watch them and don't need to watch that mess at all. Okay, I'm going to make this bigger, okay? This is the area. Now, you have to remember at the time, the foliage was very thick. This is at a time when, of course, there's no foliage. Now, someone came up through there. They had to cross that creek. They had to cross that creek and go up the hill. It's basically a mountain.
We've been taking the time on Summer's birthday to really search the grounds below the house.
On February 4th, 2023, Summer went missing June 15th, 2021. And now you're going to video and try to find something substantial that may lead to finding baby girl.
On the steep ledge behind the house, between house and Beach Creek. It's pretty steep, but digging through every possible leaf, log, anything.
Well, there, Mr. Mullins. You're just real special, ain't you?
Let's see. Beach Creek. It's right there.
Now you see where the road's at.
Creek does flood sometimes, so we're checking that edge of the water bank real close. I'm over here, Don.
Now don't forget, Candace said that somebody asked her when she seen Jody Sue if Jody Sue's feet were wet, and there wasn't even enough water in the creek for anybody's feet to get wet. And don't forget, Jody, she said it. It's out there somewhere. Nothing goes away on social media. That she studied on what to do if there was ever a missing child in the area. And I don't know if it told her this or this is just something that she figured was the right thing to do. But she wanted to get her feet wet. So that way, the dogs that was a coming and looking for Summer wouldn't get her scent mixed up with Summer scent. Make it make sense.
You can see it goes up. It's really hard to catch on the video.
Oh no, I see it on the video there, Tim Mullins.
Climb up this way. I need both hands.
He needs both hands.
Any kind of any area like this.
You guys really think somebody came up
Thins out very fast on the hills.
with Summer? Don described even putting their hand over Summer's mouth and taking her down.
We had that nice banner for Summer up there, and someone went up the dog trail and stole the banner.
You guys believe that? Do you guys really believe that? Do you believe somebody went up the dog trail? The dog trail now, they didn't go any other way. They went up the dog trail and stole that banner. Not that they just went up there and stole the banner. They went up the dog trail. Well, Timmy, who are you talking to? Who are you trying to convince just easily came up the dog trail and took the banner? They had to use the dog trail that you and your best friend Dawn are adamant that somebody used the dog trail to come up there and take baby girl and take her back down again. I would actually bet some money on, in my opinion, they know exactly where the banner's at. I'm just saying, y'all.
It's very slick this time of year.
Yeah, it probably wasn't so easy at that time of year either.
Also had rain. There you go, coming up the trail.
Dog trail from the house to Ben Hill.
There's another one to my left. This has grown up just in a short amount of time. Might have come up. No, I went a little crooked.
How do you know, Tim, that it's grown up in a short amount of time? How many times you've been up and down that dog trail? Inquiring minds want to know.
There's where the sign was. See the bungee cords?
Yeah, and they wasn't in no hurry to take that sign down because they just unhooked the bungee cords. You know, they wasn't in no hurry.
It's too bad. If somebody has the banner, would like to return it, that would be nice. We'd like to have it up.
Sure you would, Jimmy.
It's the trail. You can see Ben Hill. See, it's a little more.
But you guys know, everybody's bad people. A bad person came up and took that sign. Why would somebody do that? Inquiring minds want to know. So what he's insinuating here is that a bad person come up on the dog trail and took that sign. Let's figure that one out.
Obvious here how steep that is.
If a bad person come up there and took the banner, then a bad person could come up there and take Summer, who was 5 and weighed about 40 pounds. Right? And I will say, fair use. And I would say that we kind of got a little education out of that one, right? Yeah, they did have one on the roof at one time. I don't know where it went though. I will play the second one for you, and then that's going to be the end of my slideshow today, ladies and gentlemen. For sure. And then we'll just talk for a little bit. This is part 2 of Tim and Donnie walking down the hill, trying to blow bullshit up our butts. It ain't working out real well for you there, Mr. Mullins. You whippersnapper, you.
That's steep. Started at the top, coming down. Keeps you from sliding and cleans the place up a little. If I find something like a can or something. Right here.
Boy, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. That's what I say in my reading, The Appalachian Princess. When you look at that, you can see why Summer loved to be on her swing. All right, that's the end of that. In my opinion, nobody come up there and took Summer. And if somebody did, they knew who it was. They knew who it was. People can believe Dawn. People can believe Candace. But them two people are too busy messing with each other to even care about any of their children. Remember, I talked about narcissistic parents. I've talked about emotional incest. I've talked about a lot of different things. And if I tried to talk about all those things in one setting, I would never be off YouTube. So I try to throw a little bit of information like that into, a live, and sometimes I get a little off track and start talking about something else, and which is a-okay. But when you look at Dawn and Candace Wells, you're looking at probably 20 categories they can be put in. Narcissists, addicts, alcoholics, liars, manipulators. The list goes on and on and on. I mean, obviously, both of them's got some mental health issues, in my opinion. Well, this is what Don Wells has told me about himself from the get-go. That he is a self-admitted in my opinion, pedo, essayer. In my opinion, I don't think he cared what age it was at all. Candace, she liked the young boys, allegedly. Allegedly, she did. And I will also be going over an interview that I have about the alley did. What these people said in the beginning was totally enhanced by every time they were made to be celebrities, if you know what I mean. The more they would go on YouTube, the more that they would, release more and more and more information. Some of it we believed. Some of it we were like, if that really happened and you did not report that, then you live in a state that's a mandated reporter state. So it's kind of hard. So I don't know. I hope what I showed you guys today showed you something that was worth, thinking about, or even checking into and researching it yourself. I always recommend that. Because when I look at something, I may see it one way or see one or two things that go in it. And you might see something that, I'm not looking at or seeing it. Well, thank you, Lucy Cat. Did you enjoy it while you were eating your pizza? Now you got me wanting pizza. I'll have to get a pizza for dinner. And I can pay for my own pizza. Thank y'all very much. But, and this is just the way I feel about some things. If y'all want to, get into a lot of what's going on with the reward fund stuff, I could ground guide you on maybe who to watch. I have my notes on the reward fund. I'm not getting into it. If people get in trouble for it, they get in trouble for it. But I will say this, there were a lot of people who came to YouTube to cover Summer's case that really didn't know a lot about social media. And when someone was like, hey, let's raise some money for Summer, and they thought that they were being helpful in doing something good, and now they're all caught up in some shit. Seriously. So, I mean, that's going on, and there's a lot of things still going on. But is it entertaining? Absolutely. Do I have my opinions on it? Absolutely. But I just let these channels take care of themselves. I mean, how freaking entertaining can it be? You guys have to go watch Justin. He's hilarious when he does these parodies. But I mean, like I said before, we don't know what the boys have said. And I have to agree. I mean, the oldest boy, probably the oldest boy and the middle boy, probably even the youngest one, was very capable. And I'm sure Don and Candace did not make them put down their little devices that they weren't seeing what was being said. And that's sad. That's sad. Well, I'll tell you, them guys all go at each other, and it's so funny because they call each other out, and usually what they're saying about each other, a lot of times isn't true, but you know what? If the shoe fits, wear it. Yeah, it adds up, Kai Mojo. If you've got people handing out $1, and we're not talking about a couple hundred people following Summer's case, we're talking about it being worldwide, all over the world. Everybody wanted to know what happened to Summer, and we still want to know what happened to Summer. So if I say that some of those things just aren't freaking important, that's, you know, a lot of times that's just my opinion. You guys, you know, what's important to you guys is important to you guys. But Lip Lock is going over the book. And I love how, you know, she handles herself really well. I don't handle myself that well. I say the fuck word a lot. But she's a no bullshitter, and she's one that will not bullshit you. And she speaks of Michelle Walks. That's also a good channel because she don't bullshit either. You know. And I think we need more people like that. And I agree with Lip Lock. I think Summer's whole case maybe needs some fresh eyes on it. And just to see what was missed or what wasn't missed. When I go through Allie's interview and they talk about the Jim Dugan stuff from Human Resources, I will play that clip again, but I will not, you know, I'll edit out where he basically doxes them, Allie and Andrew. Because I think, you know, sometimes when I talk about stuff and, you know, and I talk about stuff that I've talked about before in a different live, you know, I just need to kind of show something that's going to refresh, you know, what I've talked about before. So that's the way it's going to be. All right, I'm going to drop the link that nobody takes. I think everybody's scared of me. Are y'all scared of me? Hey, David Cohen, if you ever come up on anybody's panel, make sure you give me a chance first. I want to see you. I want to see you, David Cohen. But, you know, I can go through my notes. I see people's names, real names that were given, and I wrote them down that I don't say what their names are. I don't care. Y'all can have your little names. It's okay by me. Well, Dana Lynn, being shy. If you're going to come up on somebody's panel and you're shy, probably mine would be the way to do it. Terry T, I know that I came on early. I know it's very early at your home, but we appreciate you. Well, there's Lucy Cat.
I'm not scared to take a link.
You better be scared, girl.
I'm not scared.
That's so funny. Yeah, ain't that some shit that, David, I show that interview and like within the first couple sentences, I'm like, wait a minute. Wait there, David Dodson.
Yeah, that's a little crazy.
Yeah, he's weird. None of that makes any, that's the thing. It doesn't matter. You could probably look at somebody that, worked at a cash register in a store that they went into, and he would probably be weird and shady,
Right.
They're all weird and shady.
Hey, I tried to save you a piece of pizza.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, but my son came over and dropped his dog off so we could babysit him for the night. While I'm talking to my son, the dog eats my freaking piece of pizza.
Oh my gosh, my daughter's son is so big. He's husky, and so they were moving to Ohio or something, and so my daughter and them kept Gizmo, and he's so freaking big, and they bought a large pizza and had set it on the coffee table and left the room and came back, and the whole pizza was gone.
Oh my goodness.
Not one crumb. He ate that whole pizza.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, just crazy.
Yeah, the dog's name's Juve, like Roof, but Juve with a J. This dog is is mostly lab, but lab and mastiff.
Oh, right.
So it's a pretty big dog.
Right.
He's got really tall legs too. But I'm like, you damn dog ate my piece of pizza.
No, he didn't get sick, Sandy. That dog has got a stomach made of steel. I've never fed my dogs. My dogs don't get people food.
Well,
I might let Rainey have, a lot of times I'll fix eggs in the morning, and if I do that, I always give her the leftovers, but I just never gave them.
I don't feed our little dog, our little ankle biter. I don't feed him people food, but my husband does.
My white German Shepherd I had, oh my gosh, he was beautiful. He was really big. I've got pictures of him. I'll have to send them over this way, but we never gave him people food either. But one Thanksgiving, we had made pies and stuff, and we just put them out in the garage on the washer and dryer.
Uh-huh.
And I'm the only one who loved butterscotch pie.
Oh.
And I made a butterscotch pie, and when I went out to get it, there was just like one bite out of it. He had took a bite out of my butterscotch pie. I was like, oh Lord.
Butterscotch pie, that sounds good.
Yeah, I'm in the bushes a lot, you guys. Yeah, I go into Liplock's chat, and I may go into, like, a couple times I've went into AB's chat just to say hey to everybody in there. And usually I go right back in the bushes again. So that's just the way I am. Oh, Justin's. I went into Justin's the other night, and Justin, he was doing his parodies, and it was so funny because I said, hey, I'm stuck in a swamp in Louisiana. Could you all put your cash apps up and buy me an airboat to get out of here?
When was this?
Yeah, I think when was he on, last night or day before or something?
Oh, is that when he was doing Justine 5555555?
Justine.
Yeah. It's Justine, right?
I thought it was Christine.
Well, he's doing a parody of Christine, so.
Oh, that he calls Justine.
Yeah, he calls.
Oh.
He calls himself Justine. Justine 555555555. Yeah.
That cracks me up.
He does a good job, but I wished he would quit playing with his hair when he does it. Oh,
he's hilarious.
Kills me. stroking that hair, that's a pet peeve of mine. I can't stand that.
Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, he's good.
He's freaking hilarious. But you know what? I mean, that's why I love pulling up like I did with Benny. You know, that creator had him dancing around and stuff. And you know, that's what we did. That's what I seen a lot of them do, just to make light of, you know, what was going on a lot, because it was so intense. And Summer's case is still intense, but some of the channels, you know, have gone kind of bickering back and forth and things like that.
Oh yeah.
But back then, when it was 100% about Summer and people were digging their heels in and, you know, finding out every piece of information, you know, we hung on every word from morning until night. And then, you know, we would go back and watch stuff. So it was a continuous, you were on social media continuously.
Yeah, what's up with that?
What's that?
What you just said. Being on continuously.
Well, because, I mean, some of the creators, of course, were on, they did live. Jody Sue do a 12-hour live. And so a lot of them were doing really long lives. And of course, you would watch them to get, you know, if they did an interview with Dawn or something, you wanted to hang on every word. Mm-hmm. And then after a 6-hour live, you know, someone else would be coming on to give their opinion or information they had. So you would want to watch that. And then when you wasn't physically watching them, right? Sitting at your computer, then you had your ear pods in and you was listening to something else. And I mean, so what happened that I seen was so many people were emotionally, and don't get me wrong, I don't see anything wrong with getting emotionally involved in Summer's case.
Right.
But it got to the point where I would actually see people in chats talking about they were having chest pains or, you know, this or anxiety and different things like that. And I'm like, wait a minute, not that I don't care, but if that's going on, maybe you need to get off social media and call 911.
I've seen that happen a lot. It's the weirdest thing. I just think it's people seeking attention.
Excuse me. Yeah, that's what I chalked it up to. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still see people go into chats and, you know, people will be talking about something totally different and they come in and, you know, tell you what's going on with them or something that's happened with them. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But sometimes it's kind of weird that someone will come in and say something, and in the back of your mind, and of course you're saying, I'm so sorry to hear that. And then in the back of your mind, you're like, well, wait, that person was saying that in a different chat 6 months ago.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, to a point, I think some of that is just an attention thing.
These streets are pretty freaky.
They are freaky.
And the people that run them are even freakier.
That's why I sleep at night, because them freaks do come out at night on this internet. You better believe it.
Oh, you know I'm going to sleep good tonight, don't you?
Well, Lisa, about the antibiotic infusions, and I've said this before, I don't know if it'll make any sense to anybody, but sometimes when a person doesn't live near a hospital and they have to get antibiotic infusions like that, the hospital will pay for them a room to stay in. Like here, I know for a fact that there's an apartment complex beside the hospital, and people who have cancer that have to get treatments that aren't from the area, the hospital actually puts them up in the apartments.
Oh, okay.
And see, what throws me off about these antibiotic infusions that Margie's getting, and maybe it's just because, you know, I had nursing behind me, and then a really good friend of ours in Ohio, she's a registered nurse for hospice. But when my daughter had her brain tumor, which, you know, is a pretty big deal,
Yeah.
they sent the antibiotics home with her, and then we intravenously hooked her up to the antibiotics and gave her the antibiotics at home.
Oh, do you know how to put an IV in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know how to do all that stuff.
I don't know if I could put an IV in myself.
I can put an IV in, but I just can't do like a PIC line. They have to do that at the hospital and stuff.
Oh, I
And
have a
that's,
PIC line.
yeah, that's what my daughter had. And so basically all we had to do was, you know, hook the bag up to the IV and let it run. And
Yeah.
so we did that for, gosh, a long time. Now every time she gets a headache or anything, she panics.
Oh, yeah.
She's in panic mode.
Yeah.
You know, she's just terrified that I mean, what it ended up being was a bacterial infection.
Mm.
But when they went in, because if you got a brain tumor, they go in to see if it will drain or not. Because if it drains, then it's usually a bacterial infection.
Okay.
And so they try to drain it instead of going in. Like with a tumor, they physically have to go in and do surgery, right?
Yeah.
So when they found out what it was and they went to drain it, the first time they drained it, they got 50 cc's of fluid out.
Oh, wow.
A lot.
Wow.
And the sad part about it, for 2 years before that, you know, she would say things to me all the time like, Mom, I feel weird, and different stuff like that. Well, her doctor basically told her she was a stay-at-home depressed housewife.
A hypochondriac. Yeah.
And we're giving her antidepressants and crap like that, which of course, got a brain tumor or something like that in your brain. The last thing you want to do is give them something that's going to interact with her brain.
Exactly.
She had a hard way to go until, I mean, finally she started having seizures and different stuff like that. So
was she on this medicine called Diamox?
do
you know what that is?
Yeah, but I can't remember it off the top of my head what they had given her.
That's what
they couldn't find out what caused the bacterial infection. So, I mean, within a couple month period, we went through like 3 different antibiotics.
Oh, wow.
Because they kept switching the antibiotics. So,
wow.
Yeah, it wasn't a good experience for her. So now every time, you know, right now she's got an ear infection and her throat's messed up, and she was like, oh my God, da, da, da. And I was like, girl, maybe you just got a sinus infection or something.
Yeah.
You know, obviously your sinuses are draining if, you know, it's your ear and your throat. So, but I don't blame her. She, you know, she just gets really, really worried if she gets a headache or anything.
Yeah. When I, back in 2014, when I had my brain surgery, I had it for trigeminal neuralgia. They were trying to decompress the nerve, but while they were doing scans and all that stuff, they found out that I had an aneurysm.
Really?
In my right sigmoid sinus region, whatever that is. It was, I don't know what was going on with it, but they said that it was putting pressure on my optical nerve. And that's why I had lost my sight a couple of times. I freaked out about that. But in 2021, when I got real sick and I had that TIA, they were doing brain scans and stuff. And I remember that doctor coming in and telling me I asked him, I said, is it that aneurysm? Is it going to burst? Am I going to die? And he said that he didn't see it. And I said, well, I was diagnosed with one. And they sent me for another scan, and they said that they couldn't find it. So it obviously dissolved. Thank God, because I know what your daughter was going through.
Yeah.
Any little beginning of a headache, or because I was having terrible headaches. Any beginning of a little headache, a slight pain in your head, that's you automatically think of that. You think it's there, it's getting bigger, it's came back. It's scary. It's scary.
Yeah, she does. I can't blame her for getting that way. Man, I'll tell you what, it's hard to be a mother and be a caregiver.
Yes.
I mean, I know it was the worst time for her. It was the worst time for me too.
Yeah, it is hard. It's just hard being a caregiver, period. Because you do everything you can to try to make your person feel better, and you're busting your butt doing it, and then they don't feel better, and then you get aggravated, and it's hard.
Well, I hope what I talked about today, people could understand what I was talking about.
You did a good job. I got a little distracted though with the Laura and Colin thing.
Oh my gosh, I was over
tried
that.
to tell them to.
I was over that, and I was trying to be nice about it, and I was finally like, you can only tell somebody. I mean, I'm nice enough to say, drop your emails, go somewhere else and do it, drop your email or something like that. But what I noticed about them was, I think that was intentional, and that they were just being disrespectful. And, after you're asked and something said to you and you keep on doing it, it just makes me just think that, she was never over here to listen to anything anyway.
They went at it all your whole live yesterday too.
I know, and I dealt with it, but
I just used your words and said today, hey, you guys want to take it to email, but they apparently didn't listen to me.
Oh yeah, because Colin was like, my email's full. Whatever, dumbass. Your guide should be telling you that you're acting like an idiot.
What'd he say about his email?
Said his email was full.
Oh, there's no such thing as a full email anymore.
That's why I said, David or Colin, if your email's full, then get rid of some fucking emails.
Right.
I mean, just ridiculous. But I deal with it the best way I think I can without being a bitch about it. But when I say enough's enough, I mean enough's enough.
Yeah.
Time to go.
Yeah.
And you know what pisses me off? The thing that I guess pisses me off a lot is because you do try to be nice about it. And, nobody's stupid, and we all see what they're doing. And even when you're nice about it and say you need to figure it the fuck out somewhere else.
Yeah.
And they still keep on to show you. They just want to show you that they never really came to your channel to be respectful to start with. And there are people who do that. They'll come into your channel and be as nice as pie the first few times they're in there, and they're never really in there to really enjoy your channel. They're just coming in here to, be fucking idiots. Is what they're doing. So, and let me tell you, if people wasn't letting Colin come into their chats or anything like that, I totally understand.
Right.
That's like David. I tease David, And there are a lot of people who, I mean, hell, I've went off on David before myself. But, you know, he's more than welcome to come in if he wants and not go after people. And just because he's seen Lil Wayne and she don't like him, you know, he had to throw his little tizzy fit like David does. And it's like, but he left himself this time. I don't think we had to throw him out.
Maggie, you think those two are the same person? You mean David and Colin? Because if you're thinking about them two being the same, I thought that myself. They type the same.
I kind of had an idea who maybe David was because of a question I asked him, and after I asked him this certain question about a certain person, he never emailed me again.
Huh.
And I'm like, maybe. I don't want to say for sure though until I know for sure. The only person who ever had to block Little Wing. He gets thrown out of my chat all the time.
Jude Ramsey.
That's what I said. I was like, David, you don't talk about a woman and their babies.
No, you don't.
Do that. And if you're doing crap like that, then you deserve what you get. Cracks me up.
Come on, Buffy.
Hey, you know, I've said for a long time too, and watched things that he has said in chats, and you know, watch things that Green Eye said in chats, and you know, it's not that they're not saying anything that's very interesting, but what made me mad about David one time was because, you know, he come on and he was like, you need to start asking this person questions, you need to start doing this, you need to start doing that, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You live there, supposedly.
Right.
You live in that area and you're telling me to do all these things? Get up off your ass and do them. Tomo just said not to change the subject. Blue Solo Cup accidentally revealed himself on panel last night. He's one to stay away from, just makes the rounds pulling crap out of these butt crack. Well, I mean, Blue Solo Cup guy, you know, I think I showed him talking to Ziggy or something. And, you know, he said more about Jody Sue and some of her habitats than he did anything else.
Clark Kent and Superman never.
Well, Lil Wing, let me tell you something. David don't have any right to be threatening anybody's child. And, you know, Mr. David supposedly is one-on-one with the big uppers in law enforcement. And if he's doing that, then that just shows me that, which he ain't bullshitting me anyway, that, you know, he is not the type of person that I would believe that any type of law enforcement would have freaking anything to do with.
Right.
You know.
Right. Absolutely right.
Like, that's like freaking Don Wells. I asked him if I could, you know, I asked law enforcement, you know, I would go out there and act like a predator to catch them other predators. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? So basically what he was saying to me, in my opinion, was that he wanted to go out there and be a pedo and a little child essayer with the cops basically letting him do it because he's undercover. That's my opinion. And I'm sticking to it. But hell, Don doesn't want Candace's ass. He don't want her
back. Dolores, you're talking about David, right? I don't know who you think he is, but when you look at his original YouTube channel, it's not under David. It's under Miss Sugar Crisp.
Well, I told him, you can email me, just don't be putting all them stupid fucked up numbers all over the place.
Right.
Them numbers don't mean shit to me. If I want to know who David, I've told people this. If you want to know who it is, and he emails you, you can find out what the IP address is. It may not give you the exact address of his house, but it's going to give you the area where that IP address is coming from.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But people would rather go, oh, who's David? I'm like, I don't know who he is, but he said he was rich. We want that private jet, David. Don't forget it, brother.
Blue Solo Cup.
Yeah, Blue Solo Cup's that weird guy that talked to Ziggy.
Oh, you may be onto something.
That had worked with Dawn at one time, and talked about Jody Sue where she was doing her work. Yeah, he is local. David is local.
A local as in Kingsport?
Yeah, around that area somewhere.
Oh.
But this is what I try to make people understand. If somebody is coming out on YouTube and saying things that, is something that you're like, oh my gosh, TBI needs to know that, FBI needs to know that, Hawkins County needs to know that, and these people are coming on YouTube saying that, don't be the one that calls law enforcement, because most times if they're saying it on YouTube, it's not true. It's not true. If somebody has relevant information about Summer Moon Utah wells, they are not going to turn around and blast it all over social media and even say, oh yeah, I know this, and I turned it over to TBI, but oh my gosh, let's put it all out on YouTube. I just don't believe that, but that's just me. That's just me. That's just the way I think about things. And you know what? I've had people tell me I'm really weird, and that's okay. I like being weird. I like being a weirdo. Right? That's the way I am, Kai Mojo. If you can think you can come to my state, yeah, I'll be waiting on you in the middle of that cornfield. I sure will. And I think I'm going to know that you're there before you know where I'm at. That's just the way it goes. Have you guys ever seen that movie with Patrick Swayze, and it's called Next of Kin? You guys should watch that movie. It's called Next of Kin with Patrick Swayze. And another movie that kind of gives you, an idea about, hillbillies, if that's what you want to call them, is watch Jennifer Lawrence in Winterbone. It's called Winterbone. And it does let you see what happens when families are involved in methamphetamine manufacturers. And you know what? Let me tell you guys, methamphetamine manufacturers, they used to be called cooks. I don't know what they call them now, right? But they would call them cooks. And when a organization gets a hold of a good cook, they like to keep them. Yep, meth cooks. And you know what? I'll talk about this real fast. Because y'all remember, I don't know if you guys remember or not, when Dudley was talking about that in freaking June, Don would have milk. And he would leave it out on like the porch of the house they were working on. And he would go out throughout that day drinking on that milk, which sounded disgusting. And then someone was like, haven't you ever heard of meth milk? And I was like, what the fuck is meth milk? I ain't never heard of that shit before in my life. So I'm going to Google it real fast. Because meth milk. Oh, well, I'm going to have to spell the whole word out. Yes. Vitamin. Hang on. Hold on with me, girls. Methamphetamine. In milk. I don't think it says anything about which drugs are secreted in milk. Does breast milk? How do drugs pass through milk? What is the drug for milk stimulation? Huh. Well, anywho, people were trying to tell me it was meth milk. And I'm like, what the fuck's meth milk? I never heard of that shit. But who in the hell buys milk and leaves it sitting out on the porch in the middle of freaking June when it's hot as shit outside and they gonna be drinking on it all day? When someone is doing meth and say they're in a group of people and maybe they're the only ones doing it, you can smell it. Those chemicals have to leave their body somehow, and it's through their pores. Now, I was talking to Lucy Cat, and I'm going to pull up a site just so we can look at it when I do my fun night. And we're going to look at people who were photographed before meth and during meth and after meth. It comes out through their pores. That's why you see so many of them with pitted faces and crap like that. But they stink. They have a smell to them. I guess if you were never to have smelled it or know the person is doing it, it's really disgusting. It's a really bad body odor. Really bad. Yeah, winner's phone was Jennifer Lawrence. You're thinking of the, I know which one you're thinking about. You're thinking of the one where the guy dug out that underground cellar and unalived her. That one's got Mark Wahlberg in it, right? It's not, let me tell you, it is not a good freaking thing to even have to smell any step of meth, period. Not the making of it, not the using of it, not the people's houses that use it. One way or another, it all stinks. Right? Okay, my little whippersnappers, I'm going to get off here. It's been 4 hours. You know, I know that at the beginning we talked about different things and, you know, keep keep Carly Russell in your prayers. I don't know what's going on with her, but obviously she needs some loves and hugs. Okay. So you send her some loves and hugs. R.I.P. Tupac for sure. And yes, I did talk to Candace a little bit. But you know what? She ain't gonna listen. But there are times are coming. There are times are coming. And really neither one. I just think I thought it was about time that people really seen what the hell was going on with that. With her and money and Dawn and money and money. And I really think when she did that, people were like, wait a freaking minute. You've been scamming us all along, Candace, you sinner. You've been scamming us on the internet the whole time. How dare you? Quite a few $1,000s later. But yes, we will do part 2. And like I said, a lot of people are like, why do you have to commentate when you show something? Well, that's called YouTube creating. I don't like to use people's stuff, just to do it. There's got to be a reason why you're doing it. And like I said, those 2 women who did that channel together, I commend them. There's a lot of people who have fun, with what they're doing and things like that. But, they were very professional talking to him. And we'll finish up on that. And then I'll go over the one with Allie. Those are the interviews that were, important to me. Not where Allie went on somebody's channel and they, joked about Candace pissing on a pillow. That shit I didn't need to know. TMI. But we're thinking about you, Terry. I always feel bad because I know, Terry's like a day after us. So I know she can't be here all the time. And that's okay. We still think about you, Terry. But yes, thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. Please go to Lip Lap, watch her, read that book. She explains a lot. She's a very smart lady. Yeah, we've learned way too much about some of the people in this case, ain't we? Lord have mercy. Well, I hope you guys like what I show. I mean, I try to go back to the very beginning. And, like I said, thank goodness I took notes, because if I didn't, when I would come up upon, some of the stuff that I have written, and especially like putting down the channel where I seen it and different things like that, that helps so much. Because I can read it to you, but sometimes people are like, I want receipts. So it's just nice to be able to go. But like I said, there's a lot of people who deleted a lot of content in Summer's case. And some of them I really didn't care, and other ones I was like, I'll have it transcribed or something and go back looking for it, and poof, it's disappeared. And but I do like to show receipts if I have receipts on anything. I'm calling that old man writes a YouTube book report. That's one thing I will say. I'm not bashing the old guy, okay? But I do agree with him with the extent that it's evil. It's evil stuff going around in that area. But also, I want people to look at situations in their own area too, for sure. And I don't want people to get mad at me when I kind of start, getting into some other missing child cases, or, parents who've been, busted for child abuse or starving their child or something like that, because I think it's important to, give them time also. But I will never quit talking about Summer. I love Summer just as much as the next person loves Summer. And even some of the people on YouTube that ain't done so right, they do love Summer too in their own way. Oh, the Rudy case. Well, the thing about it was, see, what was he? That community activist, he comes out and says that, that Rudy was sexually, abused in a way. And then Rudy come out and said that it was more of, her making him feel uncomfortable and him needing to get away from her and different things like that. I will sign you a copy, Kai Mojo. Like I said, I'm not in a rush to. I want to make sure that that when I do finish mine, that it serves Summer justice in some sort of way. Because I'm not writing things to, try to put in there what other creators have said or anything like that. Mostly what I have is what Don and Candace has both said out of their own mouths, what happened that day, trying to look at the big picture. And I'm telling you right now, I do not believe that they didn't know who came up there and took her, if somebody did. Candace knows a lot more, never said she hasn't, and I've always said I'm not a Candace fan. And let me tell you, I can roast her just as well as I can Dawn. Right? All right, you guys, I've got to go. Thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. I hope today's content was good for you guys. And tomorrow I'm going to finish up with the David Dodson interview. If you guys find out what separate channels the ladies have, show them some love. Definitely. They both did phenomenal work, and give them 100% credit for that. So I'm going to get off here. It don't cost a dime to be kind. If you got to get a little feisty, go right ahead and do it. Sometimes I'm in the bushes. Probably not so much the next few days. Saturday's my special day with my granddaughter. She's going to be sewing something. I can't remember what she's wanting to sew though. So, because I'm me, I got to make it special. I'm going to go buy her a new sewing machine instead of giving her my old one. Then I'm going to make sure she's got a pretty sewing basket with all the trimmings. Because that's just how Nana rolls, right? But I do appreciate you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Probably not until, probably around 4 again. I hate to do that because I know, it's early morning for Terry. But I got a lot of stuff I got to do tomorrow evening. So, that's how we'll roll with it tomorrow and go over the second part of that. I hope you guys like the content and the commentary on it. If you learned a little bit, that's fantastic. But you all got a mind of your own. Go through and research things. Like I've always told people, when you go to your, your YouTube bar, put things in a different way. If you can't find something, word it different. Just word it different, right? And you just never know what'll pop up. Oh, she's not coming over here. I go over there. We have weird neighbor. I don't let granddaughter come here no more. Me go there. Because I have weird psycho neighbor. All right. Peace out. Thanks, Lil Wing, for popping in, and Maggie and all of you guys. I really appreciate y'all. So thanks so much, and I'll catch you guys later.